Mic test, mic test. Hello, Konkuya. Oh, Lita. I'm surprised you came, Lita. Konkuya, have you guys been doing well? I'll be mostly eating lunch first before we start playing, so first of all, let's just chill. Yeah, so like I have my food here with me, and it literally just arrived just now while I was in the midst of like setting up my stream. So you know, it's needs comfort. So I'll be here eating while you guys just watch me. Actually no, not watch me. Simply listen to the eating noises. But yeah, it's been a while. Have you guys been? I mean, it's only been like 2 days, but still. I don't know. I don't think you guys can hear the eating sounds though. Like if you want actual ASMR, then I would have to actually off my filters and everything. You guys need to chill. I haven't even started playing yet, and you guys are like, "Oh my god, hot guys!" It's not time yet for Ikemen no tower. Not yet. I'm hungry. I gotta eat first. Have you eaten yet, Dolita? It's like, I mean, we have the same time zone, so. Have you eaten yet? Sushi. Why am I not surprised? Every time I ask you about it, you always seem to be getting sushi. What you snacking on, ma'am? What do you call this? I got myself some. What is this hip part? I mean not hip part. I'm having like pig neck. Okay, that sounds wrong. Pot neck. Yes, pot neck. Pig neck. Pot neck meat soup with some brown rice. I actually, yeah, now that I think about it, why did I say pig instead of pork? Usually people say pork, but for some reason I thought of pig first. Yes, they do. Like, this is basically meat that came from the back of the pig. Like, they have the essentially it's literally the neck part. It's really nice. It's like chewy and tender. They sell this like near my house, so God, I didn't know I was this hungry. I'm like wolfing down everything. I gotta put off for a little while, but I'll be back. Okay. Go ahead. Don't worry. I'll be here. I will leave you alone. Oh my god, guys! Like, I happened to find like a new manga just now, and like it had like 83 chapters. So I was like, oh my god, this is going to be a good read. You know, I really like it. Like when I find a manga that seems interesting, and like it has so many chapters. Like not just I get very sad every time I see a manga that seems interesting, but it only has like 4 or 5 chapters. So I was like, ever since just now, like after I woke up, I've been binge reading that manga all the way until right before the stream. And then I was like, I should start preparing for stream soon. But just a bit more. Actually wait, hold on, let me send you guys the name of the manga. I'm gonna freeze for a bit. I can't remember the name because I actually happened across this manga from like on Twitter. Like there was this artist on Twitter that posted like kind of like a one-shot thing of a manga, and it felt very interesting, but apparently it was a new manga, so they don't have the translated version. This one. It's kind of a it's a typical to summarize, we have a yandere male MC. That's all you need to know. Okay, not just yandere, but he's manipulative as heck. Honestly, I was kind of amazed by his manipulation skill. Then I mean, well, it's been a while since I last read like that kind of manga, so it's like it's interesting, I guess. Cause like recently I keep seeing all like the isekai, like the villainous, heroing, those kind of manga. So it's kind of refreshing to finally read something that's different. Is there something to be amused by? let's just say I don't really, I don't know how to explain this. I don't really, okay, I can't find a word for it, but I've come to like accept that this kind of things have like exist, I guess. I should drink the soup. Well, let's just say I always have like a weird taste or like mindset. Actually, not taste, more like mindset. Yeah. I mean, naturally, it's wrong to like manipulate people and stuff, but it's like, it's basically an MC where he loved the female MC so much that he wanted to do anything it takes to like be the only one there for her. Oh no! I'm not saying that those are my types. It's more like I don't judge. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain it. It's like manipulation is of course wrong. Like who the hell? But like, you know you can't really control feelings, and like when I was reading the manga, I could really tell that he really like the female MC. At the very least, right, he's not the kind of bastard that will actually intentionally hurt the girl. If the guy actually intentionally hurt the girl just, you know, for whatever, then of course that's a big no-no. But in this manga, it's more like subtly trying to manipulate things so that the girl will fall in love with him by herself. Though it's kind of a little bit underhanded, though, not gonna lie. Yeah. That's the reasoning. Oh, it's because I love you. Oh, it's because I want to be the only one in your eyes. You know, that kind of reasoning. Oh my god. Oh, but the thing is, right, it felt very, I mean, of course it's obsessive behavior, but like when I read the backstory of how he came to have such feelings for her, I can kind of see why. Yes. Especially if it's like such a major situation like that. So I can kind of see why, but at the same time, it's like also a little bit iffy because the method that he's doing is not really correct. So I'm just still like, okay, let's just not say anything and just continue reading. I mean, at the very least, the MC is like, she's not the knivey type. Okay, she's a bit knivey on the side, but at least she's like strong, you know, like she can stand up with people and things like that. I don't hate her. But I have to say though, inside the manga, right, there's quite a few busted people though, not gonna lie. Like when reading, I was like, oh my god, this person. Very shitty people, guys. There's very shitty people inside. I kinda don't like it when the MC is so clueless in those type of story. I know what you mean. I hate it too. Thankfully, the MC for this manga, right, she's smart to a certain extent. Honestly, I was kind of surprised that she actually managed to like deduce all the stuff and all that, but she's a good girl. She's a very good girl, but a little bit too good. Nah, I would say it's not a bad manga in general. I mean, there's a reason why I'm engrossed in reading it. Oh, Tsushino! Hello! Who are you calling on the Ane-san? Konnichiwa. Honestly, like, Ane-san is the one thing that I would least expect anyone to call me. I totally don't look like Ane-san at all. I don't look like Ane-san. I look more like a just a pathetic girl. Just I don't know, doing what. Oh. I told you guys that I will show you guys the preview for the new GIF wallpaper, right? Let me just wait, what where is this? Oh. It's not done yet, but I thought that this might be something that you guys will like. So basically, I plan to have like two wallpapers for you guys. So one is the one where it's totally free. You can literally use it as a wallpaper, your phone, on your computer, on your phone, on your tablet, or whichever. You can use it as icons as well. And then this one that I'll be showing on the stream, it's going to be exclusive. So by exclusive, meaning that you will have to buy it. Because first of all, it's a it's a bit embarrassing now that I look at it. Mama. Hold on, I need to make sure to put it aside first. Oh, okay. I will just directly show it to you guys, cause like doesn't really make a difference if I don't show you, like keep it a secret. Cause only a few of you guys will be able to get it anyways. But wait, let me start from the side first. Okay, it's a sketch. Yes, it's a sketch. So there's a few sketchy parts, but the hair and the face is more or less pretty much settled. Kinda. So okay, let's just show the whole thing. Yay! I drew it. Bro, I literally drew this in like 2 to 3 hours. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. So yeah, I drew this for you guys. So this is like exclusive, cause like, you know why. So I haven't decided how will you guys be able to get this wallpaper, but yeah, it'll be it comes with a price, yes. So yeah, I don't know if I can finish it before the 6-month anniversary, honestly, but either way, the availability, it will only be on the 12th of December. So once you get like, I still haven't confirmed like how much or like whichever. Calm down. But yeah, so once once I finish the wallpaper, then I will go and distribute to those of you who have gotten it. So yeah, that's it. If you want to zoom in. Yang. I'm kind of surprised how well it came out, honestly. Like, I was like, what happened to me yesterday? Oh yeah, I can see that I put a lot of effort in the hair. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit more for the expressions. Oh yeah, this is how it looks like. You have Sleepy Kuya on the bed. Yes. That sounds wrong. Yeah. Yeah, so with that, adios. So yeah, I will try my best to do as much as possible, or like at least try or finish before next Monday. No guarantees, but the availability will only be on that day itself. So, It was like, no, don't. Oh my god! Wait, no, that you mention it. This can be my replacement for the Daki art then. For the Daki Mura. So yeah, there you have it. Next Monday. I'm like trying to think of what else I can give to you guys. I would love to like give you guys like keychains or something though. Exactly, it's less than a week. That's why I'm like dying. I have so many things to work on, guys. I have so many things to work on. Like, I can't even do anything else because like I'm literally busy trying to juggle 3 joints at once. It's okay, no need to give. No! I want to give back to you guys. It's nothing much, but I just want to give back to you guys for being with me for so long. If we include my past life, it's been like almost 2 years. Oh my god. Nani kare? That's really long now that I think about it. Oh! Yay! Thank you so much for the subscription. You subscribed for 10 months! Thanks for being such a great streamer and an even greater person. I'm not a great streamer, shut up. I'm not a great streamer. What are you talking about? All I do is just draw, sing awfully, and like scream about guys. That's literally all I do. Literally summarized in just 3 phrases. What the hell? That's what it. You guys need to be greedier, man, I swear. It's okay. I have like I'm like already starting to seriously save up money for my next event, so I want to like do something big for my next event. But in order to do that, I'm like I need to save money, so currently I'm on a very strict no spending policy, so I'm almost done with my lunch one. So like every time I earn some money from my commissions, I will tell myself, okay, out of this much, I can only spend this much. Because I know that there's no way I won't be able to stop myself from spending money, but at the very least, I can set myself a limit, you know? So that's how I kind of decided to set a limit and then try to seriously save money this time. It will take me a while to get everything done and all, but I hope you guys don't mind the long wait. I'm not like those like streamers who can literally do events for every milestone. No. I don't have that kind of capability, but I will eventually get there, and I hope you guys don't mind waiting for me till then. The god of didn't just Ma. I guess I'm just naturally very like a workaholic. It's like I have to keep telling myself that more like you guys are my motivation for doing all of this. If not for you guys, I'll be spending the money like water. I regularly tell myself that, okay, I should do something for you guys. Let's try to seriously plan so that I can give back to you guys. Oh, thank you for the hit back. Maybe I should increase the time duration. Yeah, you guys are my literal motivation for doing all this streaming and stuff and all that, you know. Same. You know what they say? Viewers are the streamers like. What was the word? Chat is the reason for streamers to keep going, something like that. I know there is a saying or something like that, but I can't remember what it was. I'm almost done. I think I'm done with all the meat. Yeah, I should be done with all the meat. Wait, you can hear me eating? I didn't know you can hear me eating. Oops. Manifesting Korea Christmas tree. Oh! Wait, let me check my schedule. I think I should be able to have a Christmas tree. Do you guys want to do like gingerbread cookies again? Wait, sorry, not again. I haven't done it before. But Do you guys want some cursed gingerbread cookies? She's having lunch like what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What the hell? How does an anime girl have lunch anyways? Do they go like oishii that kind of shit? Yeah, can you please do the anime girls do when they bite into the food? I have already eaten finish though. Let me see if I can find something to bite into. Okay, actually no, let me get the soup. I think I can do that with the soup. Wait, how do you do that? Oh god, this is embarrassing. Why do you mean say you don't say by yourself? Okay, that's cringy. Stop it. Let's just stop it. Let's just stop it. I can't do this. Let's not. Let's stop it, guys. Stop it. Cringe. The snowman. Oh, maybe I can do a snowman version for you guys. I mean, it didn't sound that bad when I imagine in my head, but like when I do it, it's actually cringe. Anyways, I'm going to go and put down my plates, so I'll be real quick. I'll put the BRB screen since it's been a while. I usually don't put the BRB screen. I should though, but so yeah, let's take a 5 minutes break because I need to go and wash some dishes, wash my mouth and all that. So, but well, I might be back faster than you think. So, with that, adios. We'll get back to color X Malice afterwards. Got it. Oh my god, I almost pressed the end disc. Bye bye. Check. Wait, I can't. Wait, hold on. Let me test the audio. Okay, I can hear it. Let's see. I can't. Miss her already. What do you mean, miss me already? The withdrawal system has started. That's too fast. That sucks. Can we just leave it? I'm not leaving. Danger! Hello! Girl, why are you upside down? Look, I have to be upside down because I'll be blocking the dialog boxes at the bottom. You will see what I mean later on. Just to check first though. Is the volume okay with you guys? Oh no, she's in Australia. She's upside down. Don't fall off cattle. I'm a cat. I'll fall off high places. Volume is good? Okay. Wait, let me just open up my drink. Oh my gosh. I was thinking about it and there is a very high chance that I may end up going for Okazaki, so just letting you guys know. Just letting you guys know. I want the cutscenes. I want the cutscene again. Oh my god, speaking of cutscene, Nithya, have you seen my Discord server? Wait, oh my god, wait, can someone link the image to her? Okay, she haven't seen it. Okay, guys, someone help me to link. In the meantime, let me continue. I met up with Saiki at the pub and gloomily took a seat. Oh no. Saiki, I'm sorry to be a drag, but I'm not really up for drinking today. I'll tea, please. I sighed in relief and used the hot towel. I'm tired, but I'm meeting Yanagi's group immediately after this. It wouldn't be a good idea to drink. I felt guilty for not being able to drink with Saiki because he invited me here. He's my favorite, Irita. He's my favorite. He's my favorite. Sorry, I put in all-nighter, so I'm really beat. Man, I can't get over how it feels so different to be speaking English while they are talking in Japanese. I wish I can speak Japanese. I was looking forward to today too. It's been a while since we drank drinking together. If I remember... okay. Eh? Get a guy like him. Oh my god! Get a guy like him, guys. Get a guy that will really go drinking with you and like talk with you about the troubles. But there's a high possibility you may end up friend zoning him. He looks like what do you mean? He looks like a little shit. His words made me tear up. Maybe it's because I was so dejected. It's the mole. Such biasness because of a mole. How realistic, elegant. And that jolt me right back to reality. It's so like him. Not wrong. I ran out of money too. Yeah, sure. It's not a big deal. We speak the tab for as long as I know you. While we chatted, the server returned with our drinks. He sounds a little bit drunk already. Okay, yes, he's drunk. After you are keeping the peace around your psyche. I can see that. You're a pretty friendly guy, Psyche. Serious? No, really. I just wanted to help the people who were in need. I didn't do anything special, but I felt pretty happy knowing that I could help somebody out. Really? I hope so. Wait, hold on guys, let me... Wait, what the heck? It's already high? Okay. I thought the voice was soft, but it's already high. Yeah, you're right. My conversation with Psyche helped me to remember my conviction. He's right. I was trapped in this situation, and I stopped looking around me. Right now, the X-Day killings have everyone in the police station on edge. At this very moment, somebody in this town might be targeted. The problem wasn't the collar on my neck. The X-Day incidents were the root of it all. My duty is to preserve the peace in Shinjuku. No matter what, I have the obligation to everyone to pursue this to the end. If there was even a chance that it would help someone who was in a situation like me, a police officer should do whatever they can. This is no time to hesitate. Thanks a lot, Psyche. I'm feeling much better thanks to you. Hey, maybe you should stop. Oh god. Psyche, you're drinking too much. Come on, let's just go home. Psyche kept drawing back beers until he ended up passed out on the table. I urged him to get up and shoot his body, but I knew he wouldn't wake up in that state. Psyche. Psyche! Hey, wake up. How do you read that? Get off of me. It's hard being popper. Jeez. He always drinks so much even though he can't hold his alcohol. Oh, a text. Watching Psyche mutter incoherently in his stupor, I took up my phone. Oh? Are you still at work? It's Yanagi. Oh no, it's already so late. It was already past 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, he oversold me. Anytime you can come by, it's fine. You can come afterwards then. Let me know when you're heading over. I'll be there around 11. Got it. I'll let the other guys know. I hurriedly reply and close my phone. Excuse me, may we have the check please? Psyche, get ready to go. I called him and put on his arm, but Psyche wouldn't return from dreamland. Damn it, Psyche! Oh, Kita. Oh my god, wait. Oh. Now you see why I'm on top, right? Through some miracle, he made it out of the pub, but Psyche wasn't steady on his feet. I'll call you a cab once we are at the main road. Just heading down to then.
大丈夫だって。歩いて帰れるから。走っても帰れる。
That's crazy. Wait, look out. Before I could grab Saiki's arm, he plowed right into somebody who happened to be walking in front of him. I'm sorry. It was Enomoto.
お前なんでこんなとこに?
Both of our eyes went wide as we never expected to bump into each other here. Once she noticed John Saiki, his white eyes narrowed and Enomoto frowned.
お前、飲みの帰り? 今日うちの事務所に来るって言ってなかったっけ?
I already had a prior engagement today. I texted Yanagi that I will come afterwards. Oh, is Enomoto in a bad mood? He gave Saiki a sideways glance.
そいつ、お前の彼氏?
You know, this is one thing that I seriously like. I don't know, like I see everywhere, like literally everywhere. People see like a girl with a guy, they'll be like, "Is this guy your boyfriend?" Like, dude, can you not assume like the guy that girls hang out with is their boyfriend? Eh? No, Saiki and I don't have that kind of relationship.
必死に否定するとこが怪しいっつうか。まあ、俺には関係ないけど。
Just hit them with the noise, my brother. No, but like, what if you guys look different, you know? And yet you still ask.
ね、相当飲んでるみたいだけど、そいつどうすんだよ。さすがに道に捨てるわけにはいかねえだろうし。タクシーでも拾ってやろうか。
Well, let me think. I'm a bit worried, so I'll probably take him home.
は？送るってお前それ男の家に行くのか?
Well, yeah.
なんつうかそれはさすがにまずくないか?
Oh, that? But I already had to take him home many times before.
何回もってお前彼氏じゃない男の家に行くとか軽すぎねえ?
Enomoto seemed to be in shock and he backed away from me. Enomoto?
お前そいつに気があるんじゃねえの?
Huh? I told you before, it's not like that between us.
向きになるとこがますます怪しいな。そもそもだ。二人っきりで飲むとか、なんか間違いあってもおかしくねえし。
We were classmates at the police academy. Enomoto's eyes was full of doubt. What reason does he have to be looking at me like that? We have only just met recently, and he used up all the patience I had for him. Enomoto, knock it off, or I'm going to get angry.
なんだよ。つか、もう怒ってんじゃねえか。
What did you expect? You keep asking the same question and then you don't listen to me. We silently glared at each other.
なんだよ。声が頭に響く。
This guy. Stirring, Saiki opened his eyes.
あれこの人誰?
I paused at a loss for an explanation. I couldn't tell Saiki the truth.
言えないような関係ってことは。わかった。お前の彼氏だ。
Huh?
違うのか?
Of course you are.
そうだよ。誰がこんな女と?
Huh? A girl like this?
いや、だってよ。おしとやかそうな外見しといてよ。思ったより気が強いっつう
か。
は？もうとにかくお前は俺のタイプじゃねえ。
Well, you're not my type either. When I raised my voice during this tit for tat, Enomoto seemed to stiffen in surprise.
そっか。お前のタイプじゃなくてよかった。
Then all the way? But he's the one that instigated all this nonsense. Eh? I look over to Saiki, whose face had turned an unhealthy shade of grey. Yeah, he's gonna puke!
おい、お前大丈夫かダメかも。
Saiki, get hold of yourself. I'm getting you a taxi right now. Man, this guy. He needs to stop drinking. In the end, Enomoto stepped in and helped me prop up the drunken Saiki. He didn't hesitate and rushed in and graciously helped out. I really needed his help with Saiki. After the argument, this was a surprise, but I guess I didn't know him that well. We got out of the taxi in front of the office and I turned to Enomoto. You really helped us out. Thank you.
いいよ。
And,
俺はお前のことを疑ってっから。
Out of the blue and apropos of nothing, Enomoto blindsided me.
お前が犯人と繋がってる可能性が高いってのは、柳先輩が捜査に加えるって言うなら従うけど、変に期待すんなよ。
I was pretty stunned that he would just come right out and say it to my face. Oh, wrong one. Which one do you guys want? Oh, okay. Have a good luck. Shit, I don't remember which one was the better option. Honestly, right? Because it's just a start, so there isn't really a difference in like the choices. So I'll just let you guys pick whichever you want. It's either I understand or I want to trust you. I feel like... Is there any choice that you guys want in particular? I guess I'll just pick then. Whether he understood me or not, the mistrust I saw reflected in his eyes was painful. He used to be a police officer. His devotion to justice is obviously going to make it hard for him to trust someone like me. I know what you want to say, Enomoto. This situation is bound to breed mistrust, so it's natural that you wouldn't trust me. But still, I want to trust you, and I want you to trust me. I think there's some construction going on, oh no. If you hear some hammering noises, I'm sorry. I looked straight into Enomoto's eyes and told him my true feelings. I knew that I was being childish. If I wasn't worried of everyone around me, it would come back to haunt me. Still, I couldn't lie about my true feelings. We'll be seeing each other more often, so if we can get to know each other a little, we might be able to dispel the doubts we have.
変わらない可能性もあると思うぜ。
That's also true. I'm prepared to accept that. But I would like to at least start on the path of earning your trust. I'll work as hard as I can until I prove that you can all trust me.
好きにすればいいんじゃねえ。
Oh, the construction noise is annoying. Wow. The moment before he turned away, I thought I saw a hint of sorrow in his eyes after he made that remark. Good. I think we have almost all of the intro CGs except for Yanagi. Yanagi, Sasutsuka, Enomoto, and I continued our conversation from this morning. Apparently, Tsunaishi was unavailable because he was occupied with police work. First order of business was my answer. As a police officer, I want to solve the at-stake cases as soon as possible. I also really want to remove this color. Solving the at-stake cases do both, so I'll do that. But given the situation at the police station, I can only do so much, especially since I have no investigation experience. All of you have been investigating the at-stake incidents for quite some time now. I may not be of much help, but will you please allow me to work with you? They considered how to do with me. As long as I was possibly tied to the perps, they have reservations about my inclusion. Inwardly, I trembled with anticipation and anxiety.
わかった。
当事者のお前が決めたことなら、俺はその意思を尊重したい。
ま、どのみちこいつから目を離すわけにはいかないしな。
近くにいればいざって時にも対応できるだろう。
They all responded differently, but it seemed like they all accepted me into the group. I was relieved.
こいつが加わるとして捜査体制は変えないんだろう。
まあ、お前たちには今まで通り X デイ事件の捜査を続けてもらう。首輪の構造を調べられない時点でやれることも限られるしな。
Enomoto nodded, though his face showed a look of displeasure.
気になってたんだけど。
Sasuke stared daggers, not at me, rather directed at Enomoto.
お前、最近捜査してる？
For the slightest of moments, Enomoto stiffened up.
そんなの当然だろ。この俺を誰だと思ってんだっつうの。
お前だから疑ってんだ。このエキセントリックバカ。俺の質問に答えろ。
うるせえな。今は星野の役割を決めるんだろ。
ああ？ごまかすんじゃねえよ、エセ眼帯野郎。
What's with the names?
ごまかしてねえし。適当なこと言うな、サイバーワカメが。
Okay. Guys, now not the time to be fighting.
いい加減にしておけ。
My intervention was futile. No, I didn't intervene at all. Yanagi got all of them settled down with a mere sentence.
榎本、俺もここ最近お前が捜査に本腰を入れているようには見えなく、何か問題があるなら相談になる。隠さずに言ってくれ。
Wow. So mature. Yanagi was trying to calm him down, but Enomoto seemed more restless.
俺のことはもういいっすから。大丈夫だし。
そうか。わかった。それから星野、お前にも確認しておきたいことがある。
あ、
事件を捜査するにあたって、お前の希望はあるか？
A preference? The nature and the MO of the X-Day crimes changed from month to month. None of the cases have been solved aside from September where the suspect died, so we should look into the other months. If I choose to investigate a case that someone else was already assigned to, we will obviously end up working together. Seeing as to how that is the case, I should choose my preference carefully.
バカ猫も知ってるだろうが、X デイ事件はアドニスによる組織的犯行だ。例えば、8月の実行犯がお前を拉致した事件に関わってなくても、首輪について知ってる可能性は高い。どの月にしても犯人を捕まえて吐かせればいい。首輪を外す方法と。
そっか。
9月の事件みたいに自殺されない限り、実行犯を捕まえりゃ何かしら組織とのつながりは出てくるはずだしな。手紙にあった X デイ事件の真実っつうのも手がかりが得られるんじゃねえの。
そう簡単にいけばいいが。
アドニス。
お前にも明日から捜査に加わってもらう。事件の概要を改めて頭に入れておいてくれ。
うん。
あとお前には署内にいる人間から警察の情報を引き出してもらうからな。
え？
お前の使い道って言えば今のとこそれくらいしかないし。
おいおいおい、それミスってバレたらクビじゃねえか。
Not wrong.
それはこいつの努力次第だろう。現に白石さんはうまく抜いてる。
See, I see some differently. No, you shouldn't compare us. Wait, you're using. Are you telling me that Sinaishi is leaking information from the police department to you?
まああの人は容量いいからな。バカ猫に期待はしねえけど、白石さんは気まぐれだし、欲しい情報が条件付きの時もある。お前がうまく使えれば手間が減る。そもそもお前に選択権なんてないだろう。黙って従え、バカ猫。
I know I low-key feel even more attacked because I'm technically a cat. Sasuke was really scary. Annoyingly, I couldn't think of a comeback to his demanding put-downs.
警察組織の人間であるお前が安易に情報を流せないのは当然だ。
Yadaki's so nice as always.
内部で信用できそうなやつから少しでも多く情報を集められればお前自身の役にも立つだろう。
I'm not assigned to investigations, so yeah.
警察に事情を明かせない以上、誰彼構わずというわけにはいかない。笹塚。
At Yanagi's behest, Sasutsuga turned his computer screen so that I could see.
情報を引き出すならまず鑑識課に行け。
There was an image of a woman on his screen, along with a brief profile. It said her name was Kokoho Sakuragawa, and that she worked in forensics.
おお、桜川さんか。確かにあの人ならやり方次第じゃ力になってくれるかもな。
いや、断られることはない。こいつにはお前に協力するよう約束を取り付けてあるからな。
お前、肉で釣っただろ。
単純なやつは釣りやすくて助かる。結構金はかかったけど。
With a knowing smile, Sasutsuga gestured to my collar. Me? Oh. Looking at her profile, her favorite food was little as meat. So they swing her with expensive food?
白石さんよりは人脈もあるし、少しは頼りになるだろう。
But why can't Shiraishi just go and talk to this person?
ああ、そりゃ絶対無理だわ。桜川さん、白石さんのこと苦手だから。顔見ただけでダッシュで逃げるし。
Sokka. I think I know how she felt. She's scary, but in a different way than Sasutsuga is. The way he acts, the way he looks at you like you're black rat. He's almost incomprehensible. I get the feeling that he's kinda like the people who put this collar on me.
もし約束を無視しようとしたら、肉を目の前でちらつかせればどうとでもなる。
Right.
他にも事情を隠した上で協力してくれるやつはいるかもしれないが、まずはといったところだな。
俺たちも捜査する上で現場に行ったり聞き込みはするけど、事件の新情報はどうしても遅れを取っちまうから。
警察のデータベースを漁ってみてもめぼしい情報は得られなかったしな。
え？
何？
Nothing. When Sasutsuga was on the force, he used to work in the cybercrimes division, so he's probably been illegally accessing police computers. I had a feeling that was the case, but I didn't feel like raising my suspicions.
とにかく可能な範囲で警察内部の動きを探ってくれ。
Got it.
白石は興味のある事件にしか気が向かないしな。今はそれも難航しているようだが。
Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Somebody's here? I made sure my collar was hidden and then looked over at the door. Wait. Suddenly, Yanagi's hand covered my mouth. What is he? When I looked at him in confusion, he suddenly shook his head. He's telling me not to talk? I nodded and Yanagi removed his hand.
探偵事務所さん、警察です。巡回連絡に来ました。
At this hour? Where have I heard that voice before? Oh! Okazaki? Oh! Everyone gave me a sharp look for blurting out Okazaki's name.
今声が聞こえましたよ。いるなら早く開けてください。
My man is here! They all huge size and I hung my head. Sorry.
マジでバカ猫。
岡崎、客が来てるんだ。今日は帰ってくれ。
お客さん？あ、猫さんでしょう。
猫さん、なんだそれ。
She's talking about me. Actually, I told them about the time when Okazaki tried to talk to me.
ああ、なんだそりゃ。つってもごまかすためだし仕方ねえか。
適当に依頼受けたことにすりゃいいだろう。猫探しとか。
探偵事務所が表向きだってことは岡崎も知ってる。適当な依頼内容じゃあいつは食い下がるぞ。
ちゃ、めんどくせえな。
別に事情を話す必要はない。本物の探偵にも守秘義務はあるしな。
I know that Ayanagi's explanation. Once I understood, he opened the door.
やっと開けてくれた。許すなんて。
Otakaji strode into the middle of the room and smiled at me.
猫さんこんばんは。
No. For now, we have decided that I will start contributing to the investigation tomorrow. If I stay here any longer, I might let something slip and cause problems. I should leave this to them and go home. Then that settles my business. Thank you for taking on my request. Pretending to be a client, I then started to leave the room.
あ、待って。
Until Otagaki blocked my path. This felt familiar.
もう遅いから俺が送るよ。女の子一人じゃ危ないから。
I knew it! But didn't you have your own business to attend to here?
また戻ってくるから大丈夫。
He's saying all that while smiling again. Oh, calm down, calm down. I turned around to ask the people behind me for help, but
ここで引き止めるのは逆に怪しいな。
ほっとけ。いくらバカねくらい適当に流せるだろ。
今朝なんともなかったんなら大丈夫じゃね？
how nice of them. How nice of them to help me out. They're leaving because I'm not worth it.
ね、早く行こう。あんまり遅くなると家の人が心配するだろうから。
My infusions this morning had no effect, and they wouldn't work now, as I expected. I left the place with Okazaki pushing my back. Night date! Okazaki started heading in the direction of my home without asking for directions. He's only been there once. This guy got a pretty good memory. During my odd feeling of admiration, I realized I hadn't said a word since we left. This is awkward.
ね、聞いてもいい？
Oh, sure, what is it? Okazaki gently broke the silence as if he sensed the tension. Although, it would be problematic if he asked something I can't answer.
猫さんがあの探偵事務所に依頼を持ち込んだ時なんだけどね。
Straight to that?
土下座の他に何かした？
What else?
考えてみたんだけど、あの人たちが土下座をされただけで依頼を受けるかなってちょっと不思議だったんだ。
You see, I desperately racked my brain and said what came to mind. The truth is, I paid them a large sum of money. I don't know whether or not they are in financial trouble, but I think that sounds like a valid enough reason to take a job. But they aren't really enticed by cash. I was aware of this, so I just felt like I had dug my own grave.
ああ、そっか。それなら受けてくれるかもね。
The Okazaki nodded as if he understood. I was relieved that I hadn't just floated. No, girl, you're bloody. So obvious. Oh no. It's so obvious that he's just playing along. Oh god. If I had, he would really suspect me. That said, I did find it curious that Okazaki would accept money as a legitimate reason. He draws a government salary, right? Maybe he's fallen on hard times. My thoughts had wandered off on a tangent. Glancing at the Shinjuku office buildings, I thought of the future. Starting tomorrow, I'll be working together with the others. I still didn't know anything about them. I didn't just need to learn about XD. I needed to learn about the group members. We will finally be working together, so I think it'll be good to get to know them better. And the perfect guy to help me with that was walking right in front of Otagaki?
何？
Well, I didn't choose that detective agency, but they did my job. But I've only met them a few times, so I don't know whether I can really trust them. Okazaki, is there anything about those people that you can tell me? Anything at all to reassure me? I was posing as a client, so I didn't think that this was a strange thing to ask. My heart pounded as Okazaki looked at me.
いいよ。俺が知ってること教え
Thank you very much.
まずは柳さんからね。あの人は大人だと思う。他の3人と違って一歩引いて物事を見極めてるっていうか。それにタケルくんとミネオくんが喧嘩するたびに仲裁してるよ。こうどっしりしてて探偵事務所のお父さんって。
お父さんI mean, to be fair, Yanagi is pretty old, so I can see why. Like, his actual age is... Was he 28? I think so. The image fit him to a T, and I giggled at how appropriate it was. Then, what about Sasatsuka?
タケルくんはね、ああ見えて優しいんだよ。
Nice? Really?
その顔は信じてないでしょ。
No, it's just Sasaka always acts so prickly.
でもたまにドーナツくれるよ。それやるから帰れって言われちゃうけど。
Wait, isn't that just him trying to bribe you to leave with donuts?
あとミネオくんは見ての通りだよね。
Oh, is that all?
うん。そういえば彼のデスクに胸キュン告白100選って付箋もついてた。
Man, I can't wait to see that book.
きっとロマンチストなんだよね。こっそり付箋がついてたページ見ちゃったんだけど、聞きたい？
No, I think I'll pass.
そう？あとは白石さんか。彼はおかしな人だよね。
Good? It seemed like I might finally gain some valuable intel. I look at Otakaki with expectant eyes. When you say weird, what do you mean specifically?
実はあの人、怒ってる時でも顔は笑ってるんだよ。観察してると違いが分かって面白いかな。
Expected so much more than that. Nothing Okazaki had told me had much substance to it at all. I suppose Otakaki must observe the guys in the agency a lot to notice all these details about them. I snuck a sideways glance at Okazaki. For some reason, there was an eye mask in the pocket of his well-worn suit. He wore an absent-minded look and a flippant manner of speech. If it wasn't for his badge, I would never believe that he was an SP officer.
ねえ、俺の顔に何かついてる？
Is that an SP badge? I've seen them in dramas, but I wonder if that's what they actually look like. I was just trying to make small talk, but I also wanted to know more about him, so the questions slipped out. My curiosity overpowered my mental defenses. It just felt like something was off about him.
うん、当たりだよ。正真正銘の SP バッジ。
Even without a hint of caution, he confirmed his position in the SP. Oh, Razori! Hello! Konkia!
今もある任務があって事務所周辺を張ってるんだ。
A mission?
あの男は X デイ事件を捜査中の俺たちを守るという任務についている。警視庁警備部警護課の岡崎圭だ。
I remember what Yanagi told me earlier.
だから彼らのことはよく知ってるよ。
How's the gate
言ってお
going?
かないといけないからね。
We barely just went on another date. We are on another date right now. I knew this was weird. Why was Okazaki protecting them when they all quit the police force? Or was it his official mission to protect them while his objective was elsewhere? I knew I had to tread lightly, but there were so many questions I wanted answers to. If he's assigned to the office, I might run into him again. Right now, I wanted to know more about the people around me. I know the answer for this one. You have to pick this, guys. You have to pick this one. Okazaki, what are you trying to protect? The SP protects important individuals. Apparently, he was protecting Yanadi's group, but I didn't know why. If that was just a pretext, then what was he really trying to protect? The question slipped out as I pondered this. Oh no, was that too direct? But the damage was done. Okazaki's smile disappeared, and he watched me silently. Nobody would smile when they have been questioned about their mission. What if he suspects me because of this? Oh no, not yet. We haven't go to the road selection part yet.
何を守ろうとしてるのか。
Otakaki's gaze dropped, and he looked like he was asking himself the question. Even though it was a misguidedly blunt question, was it really such an unusual question for an SP officer to be asked? As I was nervously watching him, Otakaki suddenly looked up and was smiling.
特別なものだよ。
え？
俺が守るべきものはね、特別で大切でとても重くてかけがえのないもの。
The warmth in his voice felt to me like the task he described was very dear to him. He radiated unadulterated faith, a goal he wanted to fulfill at any cost. That was what I felt from his thoughts. I know this is just what happens on TV, but SP agents protect special people like Yakis, right? Just in time, I managed to steer the conversation back on track.
そうじゃなきゃいけない。じゃなきゃ俺が SP でいる意味がないから。
It's that important to him? I assumed he took life more like me. I started to relax while talking to him, completely following his conversation lead. I discovered that beneath his act was a more unshakable determination than I imagined. Well, it only made sense. As an SP officer, he risked his life for his job. As a fellow police officer, I knew that we affected the lives and deaths of other people, but I had assumed less of him. I was ashamed that I sold him short until now. ごめん。
どうして謝るの？
Well, I was prying into your job. I should have done that.
なんだ、気にしないで。ちょっとびっくりしただけ。誰を守ってるのかとか、どういう仕事なのかとか、そういうのだったら普通だけど、何を守ろうとしてるのかって改めて聞かれるとちょっと困るね。
You're right. I suppose that made sense.
じゃあ、俺も聞いていい？君は何を守ろうとしてるの？
I didn't expect to have my question turned on me, so my thoughts ground to a halt. Shinjuku, which was ruled by fear. The people living in terror. My friends, relatives, and my brother Kazuki. And you're right. It's tough to put an answer to that question into words.
でしょ？
He felt that it was pointless to be in the SP if he wasn't protecting something important. Like him, I also became a cop because I wanted to protect something. I still do. I didn't want to lose the part of me that had worked to become a police officer. I feel the same way. The things that I'm trying to protect are very important to me.
そっか。
After that, we chatted about lighter things as we walk. Thank you for getting me home.
うんうん。またいつでも送るよ。
That would definitely be problematic. I was going to watch Otakaki leave, but I saw him watching me intently. What is it?
ねえ、 君は困ったことがあってあの探偵事務所に依頼したんだよね。
Oh, yes, that's true.
俺もね、探し物をしてるんだ。彼らなら見つけてくれるかなって思ってた。
Past tense? Judging from the innocent smile on his face, whatever he was looking for seemed to be something he sincerely wanted to find. I was drawn in by his smile, which was able to warm even my heart. The Yanagi office helped you to find it?
もうすぐ見つかりそうかな。そんな予感がしてる。君。
Me?
じゃあまたね。おやすみなさい、猫さん。
Before I could ask what he meant, Otataki spun around and left. He's quite a mysterious individual, but he was someone who took his job seriously and had a fiery determination to protect others. I also have to do my best to protect what's precious to me too. As I reflected upon Otataki's attitude, I was reminded of my own personal situation as a police officer. Oh my god, you got pizza? Okaeri. What did I miss? You missed a night date with Okazaki. You missed my night date with him. We literally just separated. When I got home, I could hear Kazuki laughing in his room. In the doorway, I noticed another pair of boys' shoes. I glanced up at the clock. It was long past midnight. I should send him home. It would be dangerous to make him leave now. Kazuki, can I talk to you? Without a reply, the door opened, and Kazuki's irritated face picked up.
何？今友達来てんだけど。
I know that, but is your friend's family okay with it? Did you make sure to tell them so they know he's safe? Kazuki clicked his tongue and glared at me.
大丈夫だから放っておいてくんない。
He tried to close the door, but I stuck my slipper in before he could. That's not alright. His parents might be worried, you know? Just tell me whether you call them or not.
うるせえな。大丈夫だって言ってんだろ。
I saw somebody behind Kazuki. Akito, Sarah.
こんばんは、お姉さん。遅くまですみません。
Oh, Akito. Good evening. Akito was Kazuki's best friend. Well, that was what I assumed he was because he came over so often. It's dangerous to go out at this hour, so I don't mind if you stay the night.
あ、すみません。じゃあ泊まらせてもらうって親に連絡しておきます。
Please do that.
もういいだろう。じゃあな。
Kazuki kicked my slipper out of his doorway and it carried off the hallway wall. With a tiny sigh, I slipped my foot back into the slipper. I organized the discarded mess of shoes in the entrance, thinking of Kazuki. Kazuki went to our high school within Shinjuku. He persuaded our parents to let him go to school here, provided he'll stay with me, and left our distant hometown of Niigata. I'm sure mom and dad are worried. I contact them every once in a while. Wanting him to stay as safe as possible, I once suggested to Kazuki that maybe it would be a good idea to stay home and not go to school. But he just said, "Are you kidding me?" in a really threatening tone. Discouraged, I went into the living room and plopped down on my bed. I absently turned on the TV when the X-Day incidents were dominating news coverage. While pondering life in general, my thoughts drifted to Kazuki. He didn't used to be that way. I came to Tokyo right after I graduated. When I lived in Niigata, even if we didn't get along, we could at least speak normally. But ever since he started staying here, our relationship has worsened. Day by day, it felt like we were drifting further and further apart. I wish you could go back to how things were. Groggily turning, I felt the foreign object on my neck and snapped back to reality. That's right. For Kazuki, I need to uncover the truth behind X-Day. I couldn't simply count on Yanagi's group. I wanted to contribute too. I got up and picked up the remote to shut down the TV.
では次のニュースです。 若者から高い支持を集めている衆議院議員の三国玲氏が
Oh, I remember him. When I was back at the academy, he had some really passionate supporters.
本人も新宿内にいる身として隔離された新宿区への安全保障を呼びかけるとともに X デー事件に言及し
I didn't know how the government does things, but it seemed like the police aren't the only ones having problems.
警察の落ち度と司法の在り方について批判した発言が問題沙汰にされており
Right now, I need to worry about myself. Scolding myself for getting distracted, I turned off the TV. I'll be starting my investigations tomorrow, so I should review the cases. I booted up my PC to go over some articles about the estate incidents. Which one should I review? Police adoption incident. April 4th, 20 yada yada. It all began with this video. A video on the Shinjuku Station TV showed a group of what appeared to be tied-up police.
汚れた日本を再生するため、これより X デイへのカウントダウンを開始します。
The author voice disclosed a list of scandals four people were accused of. Conclusion with organized crime, embezzlement, trumping up evidence, excessive use of force, bullying fellow officers into suicide.
彼らのような犯罪者には裁きを下さなければなりません。我々は世界の断りを再生させる。弱者が虐げられるだけの世の中を変えるのです。
Viewers wondered if it was a tactical commercial. The indifferent voice echoed through Shinjuku. Then, the video displayed these words.
X デイへのカウントダウン9。
The gruesome countdown mentioned at the start of the video had begun. Officer abductions and murder. May 4th. The officers in the disturbing video hadn't been found, and the situation turned dire. This was broadcast online, unlike in April. After that short intro, gunshots rang out. When judgment was rendered, the voice spoke. Adonis. The police arrived far too late. The death of one officer was confirmed. However, many other bloodstains were found. The other three victims had just vanished. Middle school explosion. June 4th. An explosion occurred in the middle school in Shinjuku, killing all the members of a class. They were doing a science experiment at the time, so it was initially ruled an accident. However, the damage caused changed the meaning. The Roman numeral... what is this number? Is it 7? was drawn on the roof of the building, and a coin was found at the site, identical to the one in the May crime. It's likely linked to April and May cases. No fingerprints were found at the scene, and all people present perished. So much is still unknown about this case. Explosive residues were found, but they were from easily obtainable components. A school festival had been held recently, so determining suspects has been difficult. Afterwards, the group calling itself Adonis uploaded a video in the mid-June.
痛ましい事件が起きてしまいました。ですが、これは無差別殺人ではありません。死亡した全員が罪人です。どれほどの罪を負っていたか知れば、皆さんにも納得していただけるでしょう。我々アドニスは 悲しみを救済するため罪人への裁きを続けます。 X デイへのカウントダウン。
Nana. A dedicated investigations office in Shinjuku Station was set up to handle X-Day cases. Oh, this one. Stalker murder. On July 1st, a man who had been stalking the woman was killed by a bystander. The assailant was caught on the spot. Many witness accounts thought that it was a legitimate act of self-defense. However, the assailant was previously taken into custody as a suspect for the May X-Day incident, so he is currently in detention. Afterwards, the Roman numeral 6 and another coin were found at the victim's residence. Both the assailant and the stalking victim were suspected to have ties to Adonis, but no evidence was found to corroborate this. In early August, Adonis released a video declaring the incident part of the countdown.
正当防衛がない。一時でも身柄を拘束される。理不尽だと思いませんか？彼は一人の女性を救ったヒーローだというのに、女性は昔からストーカー被害を訴えていたにもかかわらず、警察は取り合わなかった。我々アドニスはこの悲しみを見過ごせず、被害者に代わり裁きを下しました。X デイへのカウントダウン。
6、
そして今月はカウントダウン。
5、
近々再び裁きが下ります。
Online gamer serial killings. This incident had the most victims aside from the June middle school bombing and crumbled public opinion of internet users. August 2nd, 3 men were shot to death in Shinjuku. However, their locations in the city, times of death, and their ages were unrelated. However, the numeral 5 was left at each crime scene, in addition to the coin. The killings were declared related to X-Day. From August 5th to August 7th, 3 people were killed per day, making 9 victims in total. Including the first 3 victims, all of the deceased played the same online game. A thread that bound the victims was found. The police appealed for caution, but the game had millions of players across the country, and panic erupted nationwide. There were many victims, and obstacles like hackers attacking the game servers made the investigation extremely difficult. Then, on August 14, 3 more players of the game were killed at different locations. All the victims belonged to the Shinjuku Guild, and they were all Shinjuku residents. It was speculated that in-game bullying might have been what sparked these killings. There was a terrible fear that a large number of people had been complicit in the murders. On the August of 18, a suicide victim was found who claimed to regret bullying others online. This person was not a resident of Shinjuku. In late August, another video was uploaded.
無差別殺人だ。正義がないとおっしゃる方があなた方は知らないだけです。彼らは殺される必要があった。裁かれるほどの罪を犯したのです。我々は未来の被害者を救ったのですよ。X デイへのカウントダウン5。
The country was in fear of Adonis, yet distrust of the police mounted, mainly due to their ineffectiveness on the X-Day cases. But now, the damage was limited to Shinjuku. But what if Adonis turned their eyes outward? If bullying in a video game warranted death, what sort of sin will moral judgment next? Anyone could be next. This incident was the impetus for the Shinjuku Quarantine Act, as well as the repeal of the swords and weapons control law within Shinjuku. Oh god, this one. September 7. Another video was uploaded declaring that the countdown to X-Day had reached 4 and displaying Adonis' signature coin.
自分はこの世界から必要とされていない。そ んな風に思ったことはありませんか？生まれてきたことが間違い、存在する意味がない、未来を望めない、そんな世界を作り出したのは誰でしょう？絶望の色を生み出した人間にアドニスが正義の裁きを下します。 X デーへのカウントダウン。
Yoku. On the 7th of September, the hand body of Ken Hachisuka, who lived alone, was discovered in his apartment by his girlfriend. The police believed it to be a murder disguised as a suicide. Only a memorial numeral was discovered at the scene, not the coin. The police firmly believed this to be another at-stake killing and investigated. It was discovered that another man visited the apartment on the day of the murder. The visitor name was Yuki Tsunamori. He also attended the same free school as the victim, and they had interacted before. His fingerprints were found at the scene, and the police investigated him as a likely suspect. Tsunamori claimed to be a chosen one, and had a coin like the others were found. Analysts found the coin to be exactly the same as those found at the previous at-stake scenes. The police arrested Tsunamori as an at-stake suspect and ceased further investigation. Then, 1 month later, on October 7, another video declaring the countdown had reached 3, displaying Adonis' signature coin, was uploaded to the internet.
この世界から必要とされていない幸せを望むことを許されなかった。この世に生まれ落ちた。だから我々も捨てましょう。悲しみを作り出すものを壊し X デーへのカウントダウン。3
Investigations were concerned about the September video, but the suspect Tsunamori was already in custody. Also, no new at-stake down events had occurred, and no deaths were reported. However, the day after the video went live, Tsunamori hung himself in his cell. The police had lost their only at-stake lead, and the truth was shrouded in darkness. I think there's one last one to go. Yep. This is the last one, guys. Me. Disguised traffic accident incident. November 5th. A collision between a truck and a motorcycle officer led to 2 fatalities. This was initially reported as an accident, but surveillance camera footage revealed that the traffic lights had been manipulated, and the incident was reclassified as an at-stake event. The Roman numeral 2 was discovered at the scene, and one of the victims was holding the signature coin, but this was not publicized. An investigation treating this as part of the at-stake cases was started. After this, Adonis uploaded another video to the internet.
世の中には生きてはいけない人間がいます。保身、権持力、承認欲求、優越感。それらを満たすためだけに他人の尊厳を踏みにじる者。醜い欲にまみれた自我を持つ人間たち。我々アドニスが正義の裁きを下しました。X デイへのカウントダウン。2
And I think we are done with all the incidents. Yeah. Even for a summary, there was so much to digest. Even if I decided to undertake this on my own, I have no idea where to start. I need some direction. Oh, and if someone is working these month cases, we'll be working on it together. But let us say I needed to grasp the truth of XD. In that case, it might be quickest to investigate them as a whole with Naaki. He was also sympathetic about the color. Enomoto is looking into April and May, I think. The first case, The April and May incident started it all. There might be some good hints there. I had a personal interest in August when the quarantine and weapons policy were enacted. Statistics on August, I wonder if we will really cooperate though. Next was Shiraishi was scary in his own unique way. Out of the whole group, he was the only person who was openly enjoying my situation. He had a unique way of reading my color. He saw it as a source of great amusement. Besides, Shiraishi is the only one who could most easily plant the letters. If someone at the station slipped the letter into investigation files, I had to be wary. However, the most obvious suspect wasn't some Shadowimo, but rather Shiraishi. If I'm going to investigate into Shiraishi, I will probably have to work on the case he has. He moved between the police and Yanagi's group. It was odd that he decided to reopen the already solved September case. I'm so confused. Further complicating things, I will have to work my day job while secretly investigating. I'm terrified, but I have no choice. Okay, I have got a handle on what I have to do. I have a rough idea of what I have to do starting tomorrow, so I sighed in relief. Speaking of which, they told me to go to Sakura for help getting intel out. I'll go see her tomorrow. Oh, we are reaching the route deciding option soon, guys. The next day, I was on call during my lunch break and I could be summoned at any time. Before I eat, I should go see Sakugara in forensics. Mada. We are reaching though, we are reaching. Forensics. Who am I picking? Honestly, right, I was like thinking about how long do I have to stream this, cause like I only have a month, you know. So I'm thinking of just going with the one that I like best. Every month we do one route. Then stream longer. I have school, sir. I have school. Freak you. Excuse me. I opened the door and spoke to a man sitting just beyond it. Good afternoon. I'm Katsuni Hoshino from SRCPO, local office. Is Kotoho Sakuragawa in? Yeah, I'm on holiday, but I'm starting school in January. That's why I said I only have a month.
お疲れ様です。ちょっと待っててください。おい、桜川。
A woman seated at a desk further inside reacted to the call out. She was the woman I seen in the photo. This was definitely Sakugara.
なんだよ。今手が離せ。
Oh, you mean during the holidays? I guess I can, but like I have other commitments too, so it's a little bit tough. Sakuragawa eyes went wide when she saw me, and she approached me right away. Good afternoon.
知ってる。ついてきな。
With that curt response, Sakuragawa exited the room immediately, without even waiting for me to do likewise. I anxiously hurried after her. She took me to the roof. We will obviously be less likely to be seen or overheard up here. Sakura, oh my god, I can't pronounce her name properly. Sakuragawa narrowed her eyes and scouted the area, and spoke once she thought it was clear.
あんたのことは笹塚から聞いてる。柳さんがやってる探偵事務所に調査協力者を警察に送り込んだから世話してやってほしいって。ほんと迷惑な話だよ。
I'm sorry. Sakuragawa shot a doubtful and disapproving glare at me.
あんたさ、バレたらクビだって分かってんの？
I thought this was just a me angry, but Sakuragawa cut right to the chase. She was testing my dedication to the investigation. I thought I'd been doing everything I could each day to protect Shinjuku and its citizens. I thought that the estate... Oh my... Wait, hold on, I dropped something. Got it. I thought that the estate investigations were in a distant, different world than mine. But now, I was right in the thick of me. Wait, what? In the thick of me? Yeah, thick of it. I want to do everything that I can. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, no wonder. Okay. Okay, so guys, so like, so like, you know how there was like options for every character? So basically, right, currently you can't really do Yanagi's route until you complete all of the previous four, all of the other four routes. And then apparently the initial options where you have to choose between one of them, apparently that's what allow you to choose the route. I didn't know that. So funny. So yeah, so currently we only, this is actually the route selection choice, and I can't remember who was it for the research at Sting Beginnings, but unfortunately Sasasuga's one is not here, but we had Otakaki's one, which is this one, so yeah. I didn't know. But yeah, so so I guess we'll just go ahead with Okataki's one first. We'll do the rest one by one. But Yanagi one will have to be all the way at the end. Basically, what happens for Yanagi is that if when you complete all 4 of them, there will be an extra option that will be unlocked here. So yeah, let's just go for Okataki's one. Oh no, his one is not this one. His one is someone else. It's either Enomoto or Shiraishi. I can't remember who was it, but Satsuka one is basically it's basically a statement about the swords and firearm control or whatever it is. But it's not here, so I'll have to pick Okataki's one. Obviously, getting involved with Yanagi's investigation would be a violation of my duties, but my real duty, the duty of the police, was to protect the safety of Shinjuku Ward. As a police officer, I wanted to protect whomever I could. If I was paralyzed by my prediction of methods, then I would never make any progress solving the cases. Even if that means I can't stay on the force. I made up my mind and looked straight at Sakuragawa. I came with you with all of that in mind. It might be against the regulations, but I will do my duty as the police officer. I swear that I'm determined to do that. When I made my intentions clear, Sakura's eyes went wide and she dropped her gaze.
そこまで言われて断ったら、私の方が悪者みたいじゃん。
She looked up at me, sighing.
わかった。できる限りは協力するよ。まあ、笹塚と約束もしてるしね。
Really?
でも、私に不利になることまでは協力してやれないからね。
Of course, that's only natural.
アドバイス程度のことしかできない時でも、絶対文句は言わないこと。わかった？
She relented, perhaps because of how vigorously I was nodding.
ま、何かあったらおいで。空いてる時間なら対応してあげる。
Sakuragawa finished with a weak smile. I bowed deeply to her. Thank you so much.
やめて、大げさすぎ。
Her face scrunched up in displeasure and she folded her arms, soaking. I'm glad she seems like a good person. I was new, so I didn't know many people here. It was gratifying to know her when I had no idea who I could rely on in this situation. The next steps depend on me. I have to do my best not to trouble her too much. Then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Oh, hi, this is Hoshino.
星野、事件だ。被害者が出た。住宅街での犯行らしくてな。現場が混乱してる。特防にも応援要請が入った。すぐに向かうぞ。
Yes, sir. I hung up my phone and saw Sakuragawa running for the rooftop exit. I was sure she had orders to move up too. I have to hurry. I put my phone away and started running. Oh, it's coming, guys. It's coming.
X デーをお知らせ。私たちは忘れてはならない。罪を生み出したこ
これがゼロになった時、死刑が執行される。救済方法はこのカウントダウンがゼロになる前にここに警察がたどり着くこと。早く助けて、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない。
On the way to the scene in the squad car, I watched the video while listening to Mochila explain the situation. The video had sent to the public email address of the Shinjuku PD a few days ago. Unlike past statements, this had been sent only to the police for some reason. Apparently, investigations HQ had enforced a get order and were analyzing the video.
警察の動きを犯人側に知らせないための慣行令ということだが、まあ、今や捜査員の数も増えて、どこから漏れるかわからない。
There's a limit to what they can do, man. Don't ask too much. Mochila seemed somewhat annoyed by investigations HQ behavior, as if they suspected that there was someone in the station working with Adonis. But that could be the truth. I softly touched my collar through my clothes. Any information I heard previously could be transmitted to the criminals. I have to tread very carefully. The gravity of the position I was in killed me to the core. We were almost at the scene. A text? I suddenly moved my phone so that Mochila couldn't see the screen. It's from Sasuke. Stop by on your way home. It was a short message, but the implication came through loud and clear. Sasuke and the others had probably already caught wind of this crime. Even though the get order is in place, they don't seem to have slowed down at all. Feeling strangely impressed, I closed my phone. Investigators and detectives were all over. Curious bystanders were also gathering at the scene. Pandemonium was an apt way to describe it. We showed our police notebooks and entered the apartment where the homicide had occurred.
これまでの事件と比べると異例の速さで現場を特定はできたようなんだが。
But we were still too late. We heard that the victim had already been killed and the suspect had fled the scene before the police arrived.
持ち場を確認してくるから待ってろ。
Yes, sir.
ちょっとそこどいて、邪魔だよ。
Ah, Sakuragawa entered the room wearing a forensics uniform. Her tense expression relayed the severity of the crime scene.
森岡さん、死亡時刻絞れました。
はじめMorioka.
どうだった？
捜査員が現場に駆けつける10分から20分ほど前と見られます。
It's so hard. Okay, the name is so.
遅かったか。
Otakaki also. It's also pretty hard for me, not gonna lie. Seiji Minegishi.
これまで完全に数歩先を行かれていたことを考えると大進歩とも言えるでしょうか。
間に合わなきゃ意味がない。被害者を出してしまった以上手放して喜べる状況じゃないぞ。
心得ています。だからこそ些細な情報も見逃せません。そのためにわざわざ現場に来たんでしょう。
無駄死にはさせない。
ええ。
桜川、被害者の身元は判明したのか？
田中悟、34歳。この部屋の住人で一人暮らしです。現在は無職。元はゲーム開発会社勤務。プログラマーだったようですね。
I listened to the exchange, making sure to stay out of the way. If they located the scene just a bit sooner, this could have been prevented. I was sure that the investigators felt that frustration more than anyone else. I knew how it felt like to be toothless. People's lives depend on my actions. Investigations aren't that simple. Personal actions or not, I will bear that burden. If I wasn't in a collected state of mind, then someone clapped me on the shoulder.
俺たちは周辺封鎖の手伝いと近隣住民への説明だ。犯行時刻からすると まだ犯人が近くに潜んでいる可能性も高い。
That's true.
取り逃がさないように慎重にな。
Yes, sir. Now, at least they are pretty organized about this, though. After we set up the cordon and talked to the neighbors, we were told to gather information. It's so tough to be a police officer. Time flew by in a flurry of activity. I realized that it had gotten dark. There's a nice picture. Oh my god, wait, I just realized that in the game it's like December 7. It's currently 6th of December. Guys, the timing that I'm playing this game. Holy crap. I walked through the streets of Shinjuku alone. After we finished interviewing the witnesses, I returned to the station and filed in a report. My whole body was racked with fatigue. I just wanted to go home and rest. Still, I also wanted to know what Sasuke and the others at the office managed to learn about this incident. I whipped myself into shape and began hurrying to the office. When I arrived in front of the office, I stopped in my tracks. Someone collapsed! I've seen the figure of someone collapse in an alleyway. Are you okay? As I watched over in surprise, I was even more shocked when I saw his face. Okazaki? His eyes were covered by an eye mask, but from the rest of his appearance, it was definitely Okazaki. An eye mask? I leaned in to get a better look at Okazaki. His rising and falling breaths were unmistakably the breaths of a sleeper. No way, he fell asleep here of all places? I reached out to shake him away, but my hand stopped just short of touching his shoulders. Actually, it would be better if he didn't see me. I'll be in trouble if the police find out about me. It'd be best to steer clear of him. But I can't just leave him here. No, Okazaki. I tried calling him in a quiet voice, but he showed no signs of looking. Okazaki! I raised my voice louder than before, but he still didn't wake up. What now?
そんなとこで何してるんすか?
I spun around to face the unexpected voice from behind. There was a man standing there. I didn't notice him at all. Because of my job, I tended to be pretty good at noticing people nearby. But he was able to approach from behind, and I completely failed to notice this man until he spoke.
またこんなとこで寝てるんすか、先輩?
Senpai? I reflexively spoke and was met with a smile.
この人ね、一旦寝始めるとなかなか起きないんすよ。でも、こうすれば起きますよ。
Saying that, the man rolled up his sleeves. He also drew a handgun from his holster. What? So cool. Man. Osakaki was up in a flash and he unleashed a lightning quick spinning roundhouse kick. The gun was knocked out of the other man's hand. The man lost his balance, stumbled even further, and went down with a crash. My eyes couldn't keep up with how fast that takedown had been. Wait, what's happening?
あれ、吉成くんだったんだ。ごめん。
ひどいっすよ、先輩。っていうか、途中で俺だって気づいてたでしょ？
うん。
せめて否定してください。
吉成くんなら避けられるかなって。殺気はないって分かってたし、つい。
I was still flabbergasted as I saw Okazaki casually brush the dirt from his uniform with a pleasant smile. I knew that SP officers was physically impressive, but The gap between my expectations and reality was pretty shocking.
あ、猫さん、こんばんは。
Otakaki smiled wanly, as if he had only noticed me there for the first time. He probably noticed me before. Despite how I found him, he had such chances. The fact that he reacted so casually was likely due to his personality.
猫？ああ、この人が例の星野さんか。
Did I introduce myself? No, I don't recall ever doing that.
自分は吉成秀明と申します。岡崎先輩とコンビ組んでて。
吉成くん。
いった先輩足なんで踏むんですか？
While I was confused by the greeting, Otakaki was angrily stepping on Yoshinari's foot.
俺もしかしてやらかしました？
I noticed that Yoshinari had a speed badge on his chest too. That means...
いやー、それにしても今日はいい天気っすね、先輩。
もう夜だよ、吉成くん。
そうっすよね。そう、こんな夜中に女性の一人歩きは危ないんじゃないですかね、先輩。
He was clearly trying to change the subject. That's what he saw. Still looking annoyed, Otakaki let out a sigh and nodded.
それは俺も思う。いくら銃を持ってても夜は危ないよ。吉成くんの言う通り、君は可愛いから。
はい、可愛いとまでは言ってません。
ね、吉成くん。
はい、そうっすね。超可愛いっす。
I don't want to hear that it's dangerous to walk alone from a guy who falls asleep in alleyways. More importantly, I absolutely had to be cautious of Otakaki. Yoshinari's earlier panic had been trying to cover up the fact that they both had figured out my name. Which means Otakaki already knows.
吉成くん、タケルくんたちの様子を見てきてくれる？
了解っす。あとはお若い人たちでごゆっくり。
After watching Yoshinari disappear, Otakaki smiled weakly.
彼の方が若いんだけどね。
Otakaki went quiet and we shared an awkward silence together. He was watching me. It looked like he wasn't sure how to break the ice. So you knew. Obviously, he knew my name, but he probably also figured out my identity too. Otakaki nodded slightly with a troubled smile.
ごめんね、調べさせてもらった。立場上無視するわけにはいかなくて。
That much was obvious. To him, I was a strange woman who had approached the people he was protecting. Knowing that, I had no right to complain about either his caution or the background check. SP could request coordination with the police, so if he looked me up, he would know in no time. No, I should be the one apologizing for misleading you about my identity. Let me introduce myself. I'm Katsuni Hoshino from Shinjuku Police.
彼らに近づくのは仕事の一環？
I wasn't sure how to answer the direct question. Right now, I had no idea if I should say yes or no. Even if I found a clever way to lie to him, it probably wouldn't work. Above all, I was very reluctant to lie to a fellow police officer. I can't say. After thinking over, that's what I decided. Otakaki's demeanor didn't change, and he smiled warmly at me again.
そっか。じゃあ質問を変えるね。ね、君は警察官として動いてる？
Removing the collar was my thought. In any case, my life was at stake. Still, I had a very strong suspicion that the collar would be a key to solving the X incidents. And if I was a clue that would lead us closer to culprits, then I certainly wanted to use that to its fullest extent. That was my conviction as a police officer. Yes. When I noted, Otakagi seemed to smile in relief.
だったら大
In other words, he wouldn't be able to overlook it if I was acting on my own rather than as part of my duty as an officer. That's fine. Otakagi, is your mission to protect Yanagi and his team? Is there a reason? Is there some reason they are so valuable? After taking some time to reflect on the question, Otakagi's face turned slightly serious.
X デー事件が警察の体制に反感を持つ組織によるテロだとしたら、元警察の彼らにも危険が及ぶ可能性がある。特に彼らは在職時に能力を買われていた人材で、今は独自に X デー事件を捜査している立場でしょ。事件に巻き込まれる可能性が高いし、元は同じ組織だった彼らを放っておけないしね。
It was a plausible explanation, but he spoke like he was detached from it all. The SP primary mission is to protect valuable people or regular civilians in great danger. Shinjuku had turned into a dangerous area, so there should be plenty of people in the city more important than Yanagi and his team. Moreover, it seemed bizarre to me that SP would task its valuable resources to address the potential threat to former officers. He's hiding something after all.
俺が守るべきものはね、特別で大切でとても重くてかけがえのないもの。
I could still clearly recall Otakagi's profound tone when he said that. Does he mean Yanagi's team? No, that's probably not it. The way he looked when he said that, he had to be referring to something else. Is he watching Yanagi's group in order to protect the other team? Does he suspect them of being on the other side?
困らせちゃったかな。
My expression must have given away the skepticism that I felt. Otakagi shook his head with a bitter smile and spoke while looking up at the office building.
彼らを守る必要はあるよ。少なくとも犯人と接触する可能性があるくらい実力も捜査にかける熱意も本物だと思う。だからこそ。
He abruptly paused, his gaze was distant and then enjoyed. Otataki?
だから俺は彼らともっと仲良くなりたいって思うんだよね。いい人たちだし。
Right.
守るべき人間としてふさわしいか、それを知りたいっていうのもあるかな。
Don't you have in bad words? He's being charged with protecting people and he didn't even know if they were worth protecting.
それから君とももっと仲良くなりたいな。
When he said that, I grew wary again. I felt like I was being misled in several ways. While it might have been a compliment, I had no idea of Otakagi's true intentions, so it felt disconcerting. I felt I should keep my distance.
ね、もしかして事務所に用事があったんじゃない？
I finally remember what I originally come here to do.
やっぱり。だったら俺も一緒に行くよ。
This is very bad. I couldn't speak openly with Yanagi's team if the topic of the corner was off limits. I could only imagine how upset they would be having Otaki there. I'll be fine. I can take down my own. I firmly denied him, but Otaki just took my hand and dragged me along.
遠慮しなくてもいいよ。
I'm not being shy. Otaki wouldn't let go no matter what I said. I eventually entered the office, half dressed.
だからそもそも勝手に入ってくんなって何回言えばわかるんだよ。
Is that voice Enomoto?
照れなくてもいいんですよ、峰夫さん。この吉成秀明、たとえ槍が降ろうと四六時中あなた方を守ります。キリ
That's right. Otaki sent Yoshinari ahead first. I timidly stepped into the noisy room.
キリじゃねえよ。だいたい照れてねえし迷惑だって言ってんだ。
ははん、峰夫さんはまだ俺の進化を分かっていませんね。
なんだそりゃ。
俺はこう見えて すっごく役に立つ人間なんです。例えばその本棚に隠してあるいかがわしい本、好きなことにバレそうになった時には俺がささっとさりげなく懐に入れたり。うぎゃー！お前俺の秘密をどこまで知ってんだよあ、聞きたいっすか？じゃあ奥のベッドの下にある DVD のタイトルはやめてお願いだからそれ以上言わないで
It was pretty obvious that Otakaki wasn't the only person that was viewed as a nuisance around the office. But they look like they are having fun. Maybe he actually gets along with Enomoto. I had taken the opportunity to enter, so Enomoto noticed me gawking at the sink in the doorway.
お前、岡崎までなんで連れてきてんだよ。
厄介なのが揃ったな。
Yanagi emerged from behind the partition with an exasperated look on his face.
何考えてんだバカ猫。さっさと追い出せ。
Otataki looked up from his Oh wait, this is a translation error. It should be Satsuka looked up from his computer to snipe at me. Calm down, Yuri, calm down. Those are some painful stares. But Otakaki ignored the criticism and turned to Satsuka with a raised index finger.
こら、タケルくん。バカ猫はかわいそうだよ。せめて猫さんって呼んであげて。
Look, here's my name.
あ、そうだよね。だったら、俺はちゃんと名前で呼びたいな。
My given name?
ね、呼んでもいい
Oh, he flashed a smile that seemed so pure. My heart skipped a beat. Enchanted by that smile, I unthinkingly responded with downcast eyes. Sure, if you like.
おいおいおい、ちょっと待った。そこ何ほのぼのしてんだよ。これそのポケポケ SP と和んでる場合じゃねえだろ。
Enomoto, the voice of reason.
岡崎、悪いがこいつと個人的な話がある。今日のところは帰ってくれない。
What do you mean? I only have 8 more to go. I'm immortal. I can't die. This is the only time that I'm so glad that I can't die. Otataki looked back and forth between Yanagi and I blankly. His shoulders drooped a bit and he sighed quietly.
わかった。吉成くん。
No, don't go.
また来るっす。
Don't
次は差し
go.
入れ買ってきますね。もう二度と来んじゃねえ。
When they left, everybody in the room sighed heavily.
バカ猫、なんで連れてきやがった。
お前らいつの間にそういう関係に。
Not at all. I just spotted him downstairs. When it comes to Ottoman games, your immortality is just the button! No! I explained what had happened earlier and how I had been discovered.
やっぱりそうか。いずれはバレることだったろうし仕方ない。要は首輪のことがバレなければいいんだ。管轄も違うし、今のところは巡回ルートに入ってるとでも言ってごま。
とりあえず電波調べた限りじゃこの部屋が盗聴されてるようなことはね。そもそもあいつら機械音痴だから盗聴器をつけられるような心配ねえけどな。
それより窓の外に張り付いて盗み聞きしてる可能性の方が高いだろう。
That happened before, even on the fifth floor. What's the image of those two? This wasn't the time to be imagining such things. I had a reason for coming here. So about today's incident, how much do y'all know about it?
笹塚が得た情報の範囲だな。
Summing up what I heard from Yanagi, we knew the crime occurred at the victim's residence. The murder weapon was a suppressed firearm, so the neighbors didn't notice the gunshots. The victim was currently unemployed. he was employed at the game development studio. I think his name was Satoru Tanaka. It matched everything I knew.
お前の方で他に得た情報はあるか？
According to statements from witnesses, the victim had moved in recently and seemed to have a nocturnal lifestyle. Also, he seemed to be afraid of going outside.
当然だな。いつ自分が次のターゲットになるか気が気じゃなかったんだろう。
You're saying that he anticipated that he would be targeted?
コインも一致したし、確定だ。どうせ容疑者はすぐ捕まるだろうけど、あとは俺が調べる。
Oh, Sasuga ignored my question and continued his report.
被害者の田中悟は8月の事件の発端になった例のネットゲームの開発者だ。
Eh? I turned to Yanagi in surprise. I now understood what Sasuga was getting at. So that's why he knew he might be a target. He must have been in constant fear. In August, many players of a popular online video game had been murdered. If Tanaka was part of the development staff for that game, he had reason to be targeted.
まあ、だが問題はそこじゃない。今回の事件で重要視すべきなのは、これまでの X デー事件とは毛色が違うことだ。
What do you mean? You think he might be a copycat, right?
そこからかよ。
Sasuga sounded disgusted with me, but I paid him no mind and looked at Yanagi.
これまでと同じように、現場にローマ数字やコインは残されていた。白石に確認したが、コインは例の特殊な作りのやつでな。模倣犯でないことは確認。
やっぱりわざとってことになるんすかね。くそ腹立つ。
そうだな。じゃなきゃ犯人側の行動に説明がつかない。
What do you mean on purpose? Once I confirmed that it still wasn't quite following along, Sasuga pointedly sighed very loudly.
操作しないと殺すって言われてんだから、足りない脳みそ使って本気で考えろよ。考えたところで使えないだろうけどな。
This man speaks so rudely. I felt the blood rush to my face.
最低限の操作能力は知っとく。
Okay, guys, it's time to put your thinking caps
お前は
on.
なんか不審に思う点とかなかったのか。
Suspicious. What was different about this crime? Okay, I will let you guys decide. I already know the answers, but you guys can think about it. So what's suspicious? One? Scoop of the broadcast? What do the rest of you guys think? Although I'm yawning. I have to agree, surely we weren't told of anything different at the scene. So you guys want to choose one, right? First, the scope of the broadcast was smaller. The XD crime so far had used publicly viewable videos to highlight police scandals and the inconsistencies of the law. But that's not the only question, FYI. There's still a lot of questions. But for some reason, this video had only been sent to the police.
そうだな。じゃあ、なぜ警察に限定して送ったんだと思う？
Okay, next question. Why did they send to only the police? Is it to provoke the police, or they only wanted the cops to know? Though, it sounds a little bit tricky, I think. Wait, let me save first. I'll save so that you guys can... Okay, one? Okay. They sent it specifically to the police public facing email address because maybe they were trying to provoke the police. For some okay, basically there is a bunch of like choices for everything. Either questions or decisions that will determine where you go to. Like usually questions about this kind of stuff, and you won't really lose much of it. But there are times where the characters will look at you more nicely if you can answer the questions correctly. So especially for Sasitsuka. So yeah.
広い意味では間違ってないが、大事なのはそこじゃない。
Oh, wrong guy, wrong guys. You guys are wrong.
これまでだって X デイ事件が起こるたび散々警察は挑発されてきてるもんな。
Funny if Chet went into Otaka's route. What do you mean? We are already in Otaka's route. I felt shame for my ignorance. You guys are ignorant. You guys are ignorant.
あっちの意図に挑発が含まれてるのは間違い。動画の配信を警察内部に限定したのは警察がすぐには一般公開しないと踏んでた。さらに警察内部でも情報漏洩を恐れて一部の人間にしか知らせねえって。
つまり犯人は動画を見ること。
Yeah, were you not there like when I was deciding the road? Maybe you were watching during that period, but yeah, we already went into Otaka's route. That all the others were shown across the nation. Why would they limit it this time?
そこをお前が考えて答えるんじゃねえの?
Oh yeah. They limited its readers because... Which one, guys? Which one? This is very obvious. What's the question again? I missed it. Basically the question is ignore the notification, guys. Ignore that. The question was like, why did they choose to send the video to just the police? Like, why just the police? So, okay. They wanted to derail the investigation, right?
そういうことすよね、柳先輩。
Don't pay attention. Oh, don't pop out all of a sudden. Oh, thank you for the hydrate reading.
これまでは全国に動画を公開していたが、多くの人間の目に触れる分、寄せられる情報も多かった。映っている人、場所、物、どんな些細な情報でも引っかかれば集まる。
ま、無駄な情報が多すぎても混乱するが、捜査側は情報が多いに越したことはない。
There was a specific reason why Adonis limited the release of the video, when they usually wanted the general public to watch. Basically, they're afraid that the police will catch on too quickly.
そう。まあここまで言えば、さすがに新人のお前でもわかるか。
But they still made a statement knowing that it could be a liability.
で、狙ったかのようなタイミングで、ギリギリ犯人が逃げた直後に警察が現場に駆け込んだ。
そして X デイ事件は単独犯じゃない。アドニスという組織ぐるみで行われている。星野、ここまでの情報で犯人側アドニスの意図をどう推察する？
They deliberately sent the video to the police. They had chosen a window that ran the risk of the culprit being apprehended. The first thing that I could conclude was... So, which one is it, guys? What about Rise of Week? You have to think about it carefully, guys. Think about what's different from the usual. What's so different about this incident from back to the monthly investigations? You follow Yuri? Okay. It's not my fault, guys.
まあ、その可能性もゼロとは言い切れないが。
だったら最初から予告
You go for one if it's my own choice.
めんどくせえな。つまり計画性の浅い犯行だった。
Why was the correct answer? No unnecessary evidence was left at the scene. Suspects with apparent motive had unnaturally clean alibis. The crime scenes had nondescript video evidence. But this time, that was all different. Whether or not they had done it for the show, they had been far too lackadaisical in their crime. If they were slower, they might have been caught. But they still made a video, which means
ああ、何が考えられる?
they had prepared for the outcome. Even if they were caught, it wouldn't hurt Adonis. Rather, it might play right into their hands. Is that right?
ここまでたどり着くのにどんだけ時間かけんだよ。
ま、最初だしな。捜査経験ねえのにすぐ分かっちまったら逆にビビるし。
ここに来てあえて計画性の浅い犯行を起こした理由はまだ推測の域だが、駒を切り捨てにかかった可能性は高いな。
ま、今日の事件の容疑者はもうほぼ絞られてるはずだ。
Well, yeah, that's the reason why.
ああ、おそらく近日中に捕まるな。
The conversation had moved past me again, and I thought hurriedly.
これだけヒントを与えても目的達成は揺るがないって自信があんだろう。だよな。首輪の向こうで聞いてる最高野郎。
Damn, he's literally insulting. Oh god. I imagine a prick of pain to come from the caller in response to Sasatsuka's aggressive challenge, but the caller didn't respond or inject anything into my body.
何にせよ、アドニスのやり方が変わってきているのは事実だ。指揮系統が入れ替わったが、内部分裂が。これも計画のうちか。慎重に見極める必要がある。
それが付け入る隙になるかもしれないっすからね。
As Enomoto nodded spiritedly, Yanagi muttered something.
白石が言うには、だいぶ前から変だって話だが。
っていうかこれ毎回やるのかよ。バカ猫への説明か。
え、
根節丁寧に説明してやったところで時間の無駄としか思えないんだけど。
Sasatsuka was struck enough. It was true I couldn't keep up with the conversation, and I was aware of my own limits. But you don't have to go and put it like that.
もともと8月は笹塚の担当だ。あとはお前に任せる。
了解。
Yanagi changed the subject without commenting on Sasatsuka's remarks. I guess I should take this silence to mean that he agrees. It wasn't just Sasatsuka. Yanagi and Enomoto also thought poorly of my detective skills. See, guys, this is the result of your choices. If I could give them any details on what went out of the station, that was enough. That was the only reason I was here. It was a painful realization.
で、お前はどうするんだ？どの事件を追うか決まったのか？
What do you mean good job? You're making all the guys look not like Hoshino. That's so sad, you know. I look at him in confusion and there's other question. It calmed me somewhat. I mentally reviewed everything I knew about the X-Day incidents. Sasatsuka is right. This team had been pursuing the cases for a long time, so it was clear I was wasting their time by getting involved without knowing anything. The Roman numeral left at the crime scene today was 1. The last number would be 0. There wasn't even a month left until X Day. What can I do during that brief time? My duty and the situation I've been forced into. When I factored them both in, it was obvious. Compared to the rest of you, I don't have any outstanding talents, nor do I have much experience with detective work. But I want to help out in any way that I possibly can.
お前にできること
I can listen to what people are talking about. When I stated it clearly, the three of them was clearly caught off guard. Yesterday, when I looked through the X-Day files, what jumped out to me was a person that was neither the victim nor the assailant. The victim in this incident was a woman who was once the victim of an obsessive stalker.
7月の事件の頃だ。
Yes, for a time, she was suspected to be involved in the murder of the stalker. She also suffered severe backlash from the public. People were alleging that she might have been stalked through some fault of her own. Her background was thoroughly checked, but no connections were found to either the terrorist nor the man who killed the stalker. After that, her description was excised from official documents. Whether or not she was connected to the incident, it had taken a heavy toll on her reputation. The police bear some responsibility for failing to stop the stalking in the first place. I wonder if I could meet her and ask her about what had really happened. Besides, nobody else is working on this case. I wouldn't waste the team's time, and I was sure my prediction would help me find some information. There was another reason I wanted to take this one. The assailant was arrested at the scene of the crime and is currently still in detention. He hadn't tried to commit suicide like the detained September suspect did, and was still being held in a detention center. Whether it was actually self-defense is unknown. I want to learn the truth of this incident. After my lengthy proposal, the other three seemed to be slightly impressed.
確かに、7月はその女性を中心とした事件であることは間違い。一見すると、ストーカーをこじらせた人物が女性に危害を加えようとして返り討ちにあった。それ、
殺されたストーカー男の部屋からは X デー事件を象徴するコインが発見されてる。模倣犯じゃないのは確実だ。
つまりだな、これまで同様に計画性のある X デー事件だってこと。どうだ、わかったか？
Yes.
何偉そうに言ってんだ、単細胞バカ。
ナイスプロトジョ。
新人教育っつったら俺の出番だろうが。
バカとバカがくっついてくれた方が俺は助かる。
口やかましいワカメだなってく。つっても7月の事件の情報については俺たちもあんまり把握できてないんだよな。加害者が交流中だからか、警察内部の動きもやたら鈍いみたいです。
Has he actually given you anything?
あいつは今9月の事件に夢中で他の事件に興味を示さない。
そっか。
正直、お前が内部から情報を集めてくれるなら助かる。
Okay. With that, the meeting ended. It was late, so Yanagi decided he would walk me home. When we walked down the stairs, Yanagi looked back at me with a concerned look.
榎本も言っていたが、7月の事件は俺たちの方でもあまり深く調べてなくてな。
There's a suspect in custody after all.
渡せる情報は少ないが、何かあったら連絡してくれ。首輪のこともある。無茶はするなよ。
Thank you. I was happy for his concern, but it didn't really resonate with me for some reason. A part of me has been relying on Yanagi's team. Not in a tangible way, but I've been tagging along. And that didn't sit right with me.
ところで星野、岡崎圭とやけに親しいみたいだったが。
No, I just happened to run into him a few times. We are not on particularly on close terms. So they mean!
して強引だからな。気づけば懐に入られやすいが。岡崎には気をつけろ。隙を見せない方がいい。
What do you mean?
俺が何？
I failed to notice him again.
お前、いつの間に。
さっきからずっとここに立ってたんだけどな。
Yanagi also seemed shocked that he failed to notice Okazaki. I definitely can't get careless around him.
もう帰るの？だったら俺が送ってくよ。
いや、 星野は俺が送っていく。
Oh my god, guys, it's a love triangle. Just kidding. Wait, can I try something again? If I just... Wait, no, that's too small. I'm in the middle. I'm standing in the middle here. Okay, but I still prefer like 1-1. So okay. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Back to where I am. Back to my original spot.
でも柳さんは彼女の家を知らないよね。
お前は知ってるのか？
No, well, he did walk me home one time because it was late.
じゃあ行こうか。
勝手に決めるな。本人に案内してもらえば済む話だ。
でも知ってる人と一緒に帰った方が案内しなくていいから楽だよね。
Oh my god. In the end. Right now, I was walking down the street between Yanagi and Otsutaki. In the end, they couldn't decide which of them to move me home. No matter how much I refused, I was beginning to realize that Otsutaki was going to follow me wherever I went.
前から思ってたんだけど、
Otsutaki addressed Yanagi from the other side.
柳さんは俺のことが嫌いだよね。
嫌いとかじゃなくてだな。
I understood what Yanagi wanted to say. He's doing this because he's worried about the collar. I'll be in danger if the collar was exposed. Also, Yanagi didn't seem to accept the reason that Otsutaki had provided for why he was protecting the king. It's not that he dislikes him, but he probably just can't trust him.
お前が俺たちを監視しているのは知ってる。関わり合いになりたくないのは当然だろう。
ああ、もしかして俺が君たちのこと全部警察に報告するって思ってるの？
そう思うのが普通だ。
まあとりあえず俺の任務のことは置いておくとして。
そこは置いといちゃダメじゃないか？
とにかくね、俺は純粋に君たちのことを知りたいんだ。
なんでだ？
人として興味があるからかな。さっき7月の事件がどうのって言ってたけど、もしかして再捜査してるの
？Involuntarily stepped up. Just how long had he been eavesdropping on the conversation? No, it was just something I'd taken personal interest in, so I was asking Yanagi about it. Otsutaki smiled softly as I bumbled around for an excuse.
そんなに慌てないで。
Man, I can't wait to see Hoshido, you know. I feel like she'll be so cute.
何か事情があるんでしょ？同じ警察官だからって話せないことはあるし、そんなに警戒しなくても大丈夫。興味本位で聞いてみただけだから。
Yanagi was very obviously having a hard time swallowing Otsutaki's supposed flirty box of curiosity. His face said that he was confused because he didn't know what Otsutaki was thinking.
7月の事件か。でもあれって正当防衛だって言われてるよね。加害者はすでに捕まってて、ストーカー被害に遭った女性を守るためにやったことだって自白してる。あとは過剰防衛かどうかだけど、守るためにやったことなのに罪に問われるのは少しかわいそうだな。
かわいそう？ 正当防衛だからといって殺人は殺人だ。許されるものじゃない。
Yanagi's tone was unusually forceful. His expression grew stern.
それに、加害者の男はもともと5月の事件で容疑者候補に上がっていた。X デイ事件の一つと考えれば、誰が見ても怪しいのは事実だ。
あくまで容疑者候補だし、5月の事件では確かなアリバイもあったよね。それに彼がストーカーに襲われてた女性を守ったのも事実でしょ。守るために必要な犠牲もあるよ。
だからって殺されていいわけじゃない。人の命を奪うのに。
Well, heated debate while I'm like literally just being awkward there in the middle. They seem to be incompatible. The way they think is completely opposite. Both of them had valuable perspectives about the July case. I reflected on that digression. Honestly, you're right. I feel like both thinking isn't wrong. Like, both have very valid perspectives. I see Yanagi and Otsazaki off and headed back to my apartment. Near my house, I saw a silhouette. Oh, Kazuki. He's back early today. I felt relief as I went to talk to him.
それじゃあ、明日スタジオで。楽しみにしてる。
I noticed that Kazuki was talking to someone. He dresses loudly. Is that Kazuki's friend? But I recognize him from somewhere. While I was thinking about that, both of them heated off. What should I do? I missed my chance. Kazuki stays out often recently, and he also goes out late at night too. If he's hanging out with the wrong people... I will choose for this one, okay, because I don't want a bad ending. If it feels like the timing is right, I should go and I should try to ask him. He will tell me to not get involved or that it didn't concern me and try to change the subject. I sighed at the predictable outcome while I follow Kazuki inside. A bit of a spoiler, but if you follow the other guy, you will get killed. Yep. Yeah, you will get killed. Just saying. Not by him though, not by him. I can't say anymore, but yeah, not by him, don't worry.
私は何も聞いていないのですが、12月のカウントダウンは一つだったはずです。それなのになぜ増やす？どういう意味ですか？あなたの命令なら執行者は動きます。それだけは私もコントロールできません。分かっていてやっているのでしょう。彼女？ああ、首輪の実験体ですね。彼女が7月を気にしていたんですか？やけに彼女のことを気にするんですね。いえ、何でもありません。ゼロ。長年の悲願が果たされる日は目前です。雑事に惑わされず、ことを進めてください。たとえ私たちが選ぶ道をたがえても、昔誓ったあの約束だけは。
Ashina! 8 December. The next day, I was listening to the news on TV while making breakfast for Kazuki.
7月に起きた X デー事件の一つと言われるストーカー男性傷害致死事件の裁判は依然として難航しており、
Was it justified self-defense or not? That point was still unknown to me. No progress, I turned off the gas stove and transferred the omelette to a plate. Kazuki, breakfast is ready. You should eat it before it gets cold. I waited. Oh wait, actually yeah, I know what. Let me block the notifications. Wait, give me a second. Yeah, babe. Okay. I should totally hide it. Come here, babe. Okay. I waited, with a sigh, I returned to the living room to get ready to go for work. no option to turn off. I think there's a option to turn off, but I'm lazy to do that, so it's fine, it's fine. When I get to the station, the first thing that I should do is read more about the July incident in the database. I want to speak to detectives who worked on the case at that time, but they might get suspicious if I approach them without a legitimate reason. Still, it's best to ask someone who was there. I walk, thinking about my next steps. I wasn't paying attention as I walked, and I bumped into someone.
いってえな。気をつけろ。
Sorry.
あれあれ、結構かわいいじゃん。
キモい。
よかったら俺たちと遊びに行かない？
気持ち悪い。I'll pass. I'm on the way to work.
そんなのサボっちゃえばよくない？
I just look at the look of trouble. It might be quicker to show the police officer. But if they had some animosity towards the police, it would invite even more further trouble. I'm in a hurry. When I just tried to push past the two insistent men, one of them grabbed my arm.
ぶつかっておいてさ、その態度はないんじゃないの？
He raised his voice and then the man let go of my arm with a genuine lack of pain, unlike earlier.
女の子への暴力って好きじゃないな。
Otazaki? Otazaki had suddenly appeared from behind, twisting the man's arm. He casually sensed the man flying with one arm. Otazaki dodged the punch from the side with ease and sent the second man hurling into the wall with a kick. He effortlessly threw the third man who rushed at him from behind. His movements were so fluid that I thought I was watching a dance performance.
ダメだよ。女の子を困らせたら。
Otazaki gently scolded them without showing any sign of needing to catch his breath. The men scrambled away, each trying to outpace the other. That's also pathetic.
大丈夫だった？
Otazaki turned to me with a look of genuine concern. Thank you very much. You saved me.
君に怪我がなくてよかった。
But why are you doing here? It seems I'll mischaracterize him. Rather than appearing and disappearing like a ghost, it was more like he was always around. Don't tell me he's like this with everyone.
これから仕事？
Oh yes.
実は俺も新宿署に用があったんだ。
What a coincidence. It seemed that I'd been overly self-conscious.
ね、どうせだったら一緒に行こう。
Saying that, he turned to me and offered me his hand for some reason. Why the hand? I just stared at it for a moment. This is another translation error. Then, Otazaki just grabbed my hand.
君は危なっかしいからね。手をつないで歩こう。
No, thank you. It's not any safer this way. In response to me saying that, he simply grabbed my hand even more tightly and began tugging me as he walked.
少し冷たいね。
Otazaki? He was acting like this was nothing, but he was unwilling to let go of my hand.
もう12月だもんな。これは寒いの平気なんだけど、吉成君は辛いって言ってた。
I was sure that I was signaling my displeasure, but Otazaki ignored it and kept talking. He really was stubborn. Isn't it a little hard to be a bodyguard while you're holding hands?
これは警護のためじゃないよ。ただ俺がつなぎたいだけ。
そっか。When he said it that assertively, I found myself stupidly unwilling to resist for some reason. Do I stick your head? No, I don't really want to, cause like Hoshino looks super cute here. She's so adorable, man, guys. Look at her. She's so cute. This will be embarrassing if someone sees this.
あんまりぼんやり歩いてたらダメだよ。人にぶつかったら危ないし、
So
さっきみたいな人に
cute.
また絡まれちゃう。
If he had seen me walking while I was spaced out, so he was telling me after all. Am I under surveillance? Otazaki smiled in a comforting way. Maybe my doubts had shown on my face.
別に後をつけたりしてないよ。たま
The
たま
art
見
is
つけ
really
ただ
nice,
けだ
right?
から安
Hey,
心して。
bro, they have very nice CGs, and you guys can look forward to the CGs. It's so nice. I'm sorry.
いいよ。
No spoilers here! No spoilers! No spoilers for the
許
rest.
されるんだったら、四六時中後をつけて守ってあげたいぐらい。
え？
君ってしっかりして見えるけど、意外と隙があるから心配なんだ。
I appreciate the thought, but I must decline your offer. Knowing Otataki, if I accepted, he would seriously follow me around 24 hours a day.
じゃあ今のところはやめておくね。でもさっきみたいなことがまたあったら本気で警護を考えちゃうかも。
Okay, I'll be careful. I'll try not to show you any opponents next time.
それはそれで少し残念だな。
Otataki smiled gently as always. I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. I mean, like, it's not really a spoiler, but like, it's because you mentioned that it's a CG, you know. So, somehow I seem to allow him to do whatever he wants and let him dictate everything. We have only met a few days ago, but it felt like every time we met, he was leading me around. He always approached me without hesitation. I feel to refuse, and then this was what happened.
岡崎には気をつけろ。隙を見せない方がいい。
I recall what Yanagi said. I know that I have to be cautious, but his part was wrong. So were some of his smiles and words. I didn't think they were coming from Yu.
どうかした？
While I was mulling it over, I stuttered as he explained my face. I also stuttered that I suddenly gripped his hand tightly. When I did, he returned the grip, smiling all the while. Suddenly, I just felt even worse. Your head. Which one do you get? Oh, hey, wait. Shit, I don't remember which is the better option. Hold on. I don't remember. Wait. Let me see. I don't remember. Shit. I think. Okay, Rajuri say one. So let's just pick that. It's okay. I saved, guys. So. Doesn't an SP officer need to have both hands free at all times?
そうだね。でもこのくらいは平気だよ。危険が迫ってるかどうかはすぐにわかるし。
Wait, there's no. Okay, let's go back. Do you do this to other people? I regretted saying that. That was rude of me. But Otataki didn't seem offended and he just smiled calmly.
しないよ。こんなこと誰にでもしたら怒られちゃう。
So he doesn't care about me getting me mad? For some reason, I found myself unable to say that
こう
aloud.
いうことするのは仲良くなりたい人だけだから。
For a second, my heart skipped a beat, but then I remembered something. He also said that he wanted to be closer with Yanagi and the others. So this wasn't something special that he was doing for me. Once I realized that, I was shocked. I also felt some unkind feelings bubbling up. So, you do this with Yanagi and the other people at the office. I just meant to tease him, but Otataki seemed to think about it seriously. Wait, I'm gonna Google. I can't remember which is the better choice. I don't remember. Oh, wait. Okay. Look, let's go back. It's the other one. The other one is correct. Okay, let's skip a bit. Oh yes, correct. Okay, here it is. Okay, we are back. Unexpectedly, like Rizuri keeps giving the correct answers. Rizuri is a master of the bank Kokoro. Oh, I see. I heard they are good at detecting danger. If it's you, I feel like you protect your structure and be able to escape from the danger. I just blurted out whenever I could think of to hide my embarrassment. Suddenly, Otataki's smile disappeared. Huh? But it was only for an instant. He whispered, his tone deeply gentle. His smile was the same as usual, but I had noticed something different for a moment. Something similar must have happened before.
それにさ、こうしてると落ち着かない？
え？
不安そうな顔をしてる子を見ると、こうして手をつないで安心させてあげたいなって思うんだ。手をつなぐと一人じゃないって思えて。
Why is this guy so damn smooth? I hate it. To help me relax? I thought he was treating me like a child, but then I thought back to how I got the mix up with those thumbs. Honestly, this isn't really relaxing at all, but it does help a bit. The warmth of his hand had indeed spread to my heart. Otataki grinned in response. While I walked with Otataki, I occasionally glanced at our hands. My embarrassment slowly eroded as I normalized this behavior, and it was placed with relief. So he really was just worried about me. Obviously, I had been a little scared when those men surrounded me. As a cop, it felt kind of lame, but I wasn't sure if I could skillfully exit that situation. Now though, I felt calm. It stands to Okataki. Maybe he had noticed how I was feeling and reached out to me to help, while acting like it was for his own satisfaction. Maybe I warned him. Regardless of Otataki's true intentions, it was true that he protected me. Still, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that I was betraying the police. Was I still someone worth protecting? Maybe I'd taken advantage of his kindness. Perhaps I had used his stubbornness as an excuse and ultimately failed to reject his advances because deep down, a part of me wanted to trust him. When I was with him, I could relax just a little and not think about my car, the next-day crimes, and my precarious situation. I'm really not cautious enough, am I? Oh, this part. I'm fine now. We are inside of the police station now, so I broke free from his hand. If my colleagues saw me now, I had no idea how they would react. A breeze swept through my warm hand, and the cool sensation now made me feel a tinge of loneliness.
ちょっと残念だけど、誰かに見られたら困っちゃうもんね。
Maybe he really was concerned for me. He was worried about appearances, so I guess he hadn't done it out of selfishness. It was hard to tell what this man was thinking, but I sensed his actions stemmed from goodwill.
ごめんね、無理やり引っ張ってきちゃった。
You were just worried. Thank you for holding my hand.
言ったでしょ。俺がつなぎたかっただけ。
Otataki kindly smiled, still pretending to be obstinate, and returned his words with a slight smile and started to cross the street when it was green. Then, suddenly a commotion broke out around us. Huh? Seeing Otataki reach for his holster, I also read it myself. I looked over and saw smoke. Fire?
火事？やばくない？すぐ近くじゃん。ねえ、ちょっと携帯見て。また動画サイトで変なの流れてる。やだ、なんか燃えてる。これも X デーのやつなの？
Right. I quickly started to pick up my phone, but I could hear a voice already playing on the bystanders' phones.
X デー再生の日まであと23日。
カウントダウン。また X デー事件が起きたのかもしれない。
I hurriedly searched for the video on my phone. It showed a fire burning at a familiar looking park. I'll call it in.
星野か。今 X デー事件の動画が。
Yes, I'm close to the place in the video now. Fire in the residential area near Shinjuku PD. I'm en route to the scene.
わかった。捜査本部に通達する。俺もすぐに向かうからな。気をつけろよ。
Yes, sir.
俺も行くよ。
Otataki nodded for me and we set off. The fire had broken out in a park within the residential area. It had just started burning, so firefighters and police hadn't arrived yet. Instead, neighbors and bystanders were gathering around the park to watch. Police! It's dangerous, everyone! Please stay back! Otataki and I raised our voices as we pushed our way through the crowd to the source of the fire. What looked like a human figure had been left in front of the restrooms.
待って。
As soon as I tried to run over to the figure, Otataki quickly pulled me back.
近づくと危ない。
But somebody's in there!
火の勢いが普通じゃない。匂いからして周囲にガソリンが撒かれてる。それもかなり広範囲に。密閉空間じゃないから爆発の恐れはないけど、火元の周りに紙束みたいな燃えかすが大量に散らばってるのは見えるよね。トイレ内にまだ何かが、それこそ爆発物が仕掛けられてる可能性もある。火の中心にいる人物が全く動かないのはもう息絶えてるか、一酸化中毒で意識不明のどちらか。
Otataki was incredibly calm, and he coolly analyzed the situation. He was probably right too, but what if it's possible that we can still save them? I frantically looked around for a fire extinguisher, but I couldn't see anything of the like. Pouring fire on a gasoline fire was a bad idea, but maybe I could smother the fire. As I hesitated, the fire spread to a nearby tree and grew fiercer. We have to do something. We have to help. In my confusion, I tried to approach the fire again, but Otataki's grip only grew stronger. Hanase!
今君にできることは何もない。
So is that something you can do? Otaki, I'm sure you could say.
俺にもあの人を助けることはできない。他にしなくちゃいけないことがあるから。
What are the priorities? What could possibly be more important than saving that person?
冷静になって。
This might have been the first time I ever heard Otataki sound angry. I stiffened in surprise.
落ち着いて。ここには他にもたくさんの人たちがいる。彼らの安全を優先させるのが俺たちの仕事だよ。今君がしなくちゃいけないことがある。君にしかできないことがあるんだよ。
Of course, you gotta prioritize the evacuation, guys. If you want to go save the victim, that's like asking for death. This is what I can do now. After Otataki helped me to regain my composure and assess the situation around me, I realized I wouldn't be able to put out the fire by myself. The priority now was to evacuate the local residents to prevent secondary casualties. It hurt to turn away from what might be a dying person, but I couldn't lose sight of my duty. I'll lead the evacuation.
大丈夫。俺もついてるから。
My hands were still trembling, so Atahaki held them both tightly.
君はちゃんと状況が見えてる。今は俺たちにできることをしよう。ね。
Yes. We each took a part of the crowd and led them out of the park.
火のそばには近づかないでください。ここは危険です。早く避難を。
Get out of the park, everyone. Stay calm so that you don't trip. Then some of the cinders in the air landed near my feet. They looked like the papers around the victim, but I noticed they were fragments of a written note. The note was apparently written with very shaky handwriting. I stared. I want to read the Japanese words at the back, but I love you so much I want to kill you. I stared. No, I think that's Korostai. Oh, thank you for the hit tap, Sushino. The scrap quickly burned to ashes. Chapter 2. Da, 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 da. X Day Incident Report. Report of the X Day incidents. On July 1st, a man who had been obsessively stalking the woman was killed by a passerby. The assailant was arrested at the scene, but circumstantial evidence and witness accounts suggested it was a justified act of self-defense. However, the assailant was arrested as a suspect for the May X Day crime and is awaiting trial. He is currently being held in jail. After the incident, the Roman numeral 6, I think, and an Adonis coin were found at the victim's residence. For this reason, the assailant and the woman being stalked were suspected of having Adonis ties, but no evidence has been found to support this. In early August, Adonis uploaded a statement which claimed this incident as part of the countdown.
理不尽だと思いませんか？彼は一人の女性を救ったヒーローだというの。女性は昔からストーカー被害を訴えていたにもかかわらず、警察は取り合わなかった。我々アドニスはこの悲しみを見過ごせず、被害者に代わり裁きを下しました。X デーへのカウントダウン6、そして今月はカウントダウン5、近々再び裁きが下ります。
Why the guy suddenly drawing? It's a voice changer. This incident would be well known to the public. They would know the threat was amongst themselves. The plan proceeded to the next stage. The people would focus on the threat and realize that the everyday malice in this world is real. It was a threat to their own lives. It was believed the occasional tumult within our organization would pose no obstacle to the plan. The countdown to the revival would march on earnestly. The afternoon after the park fire, I was at my desk answering non-stop phone calls. There were many Shinjuku residents who felt unsafe because of the repeated incidents, and the volume of calls had increased. I'm very sorry, the matter is currently under investigation. That said, little of the information coming into SRCPO was of any use, and most of it was not directly related to the incidents. People reported seeing ghosts at the scene, or thought the fire affected their phone reception. There's no helping it. considering the atmosphere these crimes have created. This morning, firefighters had shown up promptly to extinguish the blaze. The only damage was the trees near the fire center, and there were no injuries. The victim at the heart of the fire had died, however. From what Mokida had overheard so far, the on-scene investigation had ruled out suicide. It was most likely a homicide. When the incoming calls finally slowed down, I sighed and rubbed my eyes. I had gone around collecting statements and reassuring the neighbors, so it was afternoon by the time I returned to the station. So it was an X-day crime after all. The gruesome scene from this morning replayed itself in my head. I had watched someone burn to death, and there was nothing I could do about it. I was struck by the cruelty that could rob someone of their life so easily. There was an announcement video too. If they also find a coin, how could they do that 2 days in a row? If Otataki hadn't been there, I'd really been entirely useless at the scene. It had all been a shock to me, and I still hadn't fully recovered my composure. Huh? There was a commotion in the building. I immediately spotted the reason. Section Chief Moriyaka and Commissioner Minegishi from Investigation Section 1 were both here. This police station was the headquarters for the X-Day investigation, so there were people from police headquarters posted here. However, SRCPO personnel didn't generally interact with investigators unless they were invited to a meeting. So the office would be stirred up by the arrival of such highly ranked officers. I know what is going on.
星野はいるか?
I couldn't believe my ears. He came in here and asked for me by name. What if all the new emotes been added? I don't know if you guys can see it, but like better TTV emotes are like adding emotes.
星野が何かしましたか?
Yeah, so it appeared for you too, huh? It appeared for me too. While I was panicking, Moshida quickly put. Oh wait, it's you? Wait, was it you? While I was panicking, Moshida quickly positioned himself behind my desk. So it was you! It's okay. I quickly stood up and straightened my posture, confused. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm Kotsuni Hoshino from the Special Region's Crime Prevention Office.
お前は今朝の事件発生当時
Yes, sir.
その時のことを詳しく聞きたいのですが、今お時間大丈夫ですか?
私は星野の指導担当の持田正信です。よろしければ私も同席させていただけますか?
Moshida came to my rescue as I was tongue-tied with anxiety. However, Miyoka shook his head no after a moment's consideration.
まずはこいつ一人に話を聞きたい。場所を移すからついてこい。
Kawaii. Yes, sir. My throat had dried out, and that was the only response I could manage. Bro, this guy is so pressuring. They brought me to the X-Day investigation headquarters. Everyone else seemed to be out, so it was empty. The room felt very big to me when I entered, and I grew increasingly nervous, wringing my hands tightly.
で、今朝の事件についてだが、なぜあの場所にいた?
Literally on the way to work. What do you mean? I thought they were going to ask me about the fight itself, so I was caught off guard by an unexpected line of questioning. I just happened to be on the way to work.
SP と共に行動していたと聞いた。
I ran into him on the way. Otataki, the SP officer, said that he also had business at Shinjuku Station today.
特防のお前がどういう経緯で警護課の人間と知り合ったんだ?
Tough question. Circumstances? I just know
その
him.
知り合いとは?
I began to doubt myself under the rapid-fire barrage of questions. Perhaps noticing that I had gone pale, Minegishi interrupted with a troubled expression.
森岡さん、質問ばかりではかわいそうですよ。ちゃんと説明してあげなければ。今朝の事件、現場トイレの壁にペンキで書かれたローマ数字の1が残されていた。 残されていたコインの鑑定結果から X デー事
They
件
got
が
a coin
確定
too.
しました。
The autopsy had found the victim cause of death to be carbon monoxide poisoning. When I found the body, the victim had already perished.
これらの点から今回の件に彼女が直接関わっているとは考えですから、そう頭ごなしに疑ってかかるのはありませんよ。彼女も怯えているじゃない
It
ですか。
is really scary. They do suspect me after all. Damn.
別に犯人だと疑っているわけじゃない。嫌な感が働いただけだ。
With that, Morioka leaned forward as if searching for something in my eyes.
X デイ事件について。
This guy is really perceptive.
それも
Feeling the cold color against my skin, I instinctively went silent. When I did, Morioka sighed deeply and would quietly continue.
柳愛知を知っているな。あいつは俺の元部下だ。お前が柳たちと交流を持っていることは把握している。
Did he tell you?
いや、違う。あいつはそういうことを簡単に漏らす人間じゃない。
Morioka bluntly remarked on his old co-worker.
あいつらに関する情報は入ってくる。あっちが望まなくても。
What does that mean?
柳とはどうやって知り合った？
I met him on petrol. I had him show me his ID just to be certain. I was curious, so I looked him up in the database and saw that he was a former officer. After talking for a bit, I learned that he was independently investigating the X-Day incidents. I'm just keeping an eye out as SRCPO so that they don't get hurt. They're civilians now. I had no idea how well they'll fall for my bald-faced lie. To begin with, someone they knew to be as cautious as Yanagi wouldn't tell anyone they only met a few times that he was investigating X-Day. Morioka just stared into my eyes for a while, expressionless. I didn't know what he was
事件
thinking.
の捜査はお前の任務に含まれていない。
Morioka didn't pursue the subject of Yanagi and changed the topic. Yes, I thought it was necessary for the safety of the police that I be informed. Morioka and Nishi shared a look after my plain instinctive reply.
意外と芯が強そうだな。まあ、柳たちのことはいい。今は見過ごして。
では、本題に移りましょう。
Oh, that wasn't even the main topic. I shifted in my chair, bracing myself for the big issue.
7日に起きた X デー事件は予告動画が新宿署のみに送られてきました。我々は場所の特定が早まることを恐れ、動画の公開範囲を絞ったのだと考えました。
They appeared to have arrived at the same conclusion as Yanagi's team.
ですが今朝の事件は動画をネット上で公開するのとほぼ同時に白昼堂々の犯行です。聞き込みの結果、現場近くで不審な女性を見たという証言もあるのですが、まだ裏は取れていません。
No crimes had occurred in 2 days, but it looked like the investigation wasn't going as desired.
カウントダウンがゼロになるのを目前にして、奴らの動きが荒くなっているのは確かだ。
アドニスは複数人で構成されたテロ組織です。これまでの事件の犯行も複数人によるものと断定されています。おそらくですが、組織の上の人間が駒を切り捨て始めたのではないか。
ああ、下っ端の人間なら捕まっても構わない。むしろ捕まえてみろと言わんばかりのやり方だ。実行犯が捕まったところで警察がアドニスの中心にたどり着けないという自信があるんだろう。
Maybe the group was confident that their pawns wouldn't betray the organization. Or perhaps the low-level criminals didn't know anything about Adonis to begin with. I wondered which was the case.
今朝の現場で何か気になったことは？
It's all my report.
重複してもいいから聞かせろ。
了解. Gasoline had already been poured all over the scene when I arrived, and I couldn't approach the cause of the fire. Bundles of paper were also scattered around the victim, and I found a burning scrap of a very strange note. I told them all this as politely as possible.
その紙片の内容から考えると、やはり菅原理香が怪しいですね。
Rika Sugawara? That was the name of the woman who had been stalked in the July incident. What would her name come up now?
根岸、軽なことは言うな。
この程度の情報、警察内部にいればいずれは誰でも得られるものですよ。焼死体のため被害者の身元確認にはただ、我々は容疑者および被害者ともに7月の事件に関連性があると見ています。
なんで？
予告動画の内容からですよ。
Speaking of which, I hadn't watched the video yet. I had run straight to the scene of the crime and was busy building a report ever since I got to the station, so I hadn't had the time. That was just a convenient excuse though. The truth was, I had been so shocked by what I saw that I didn't feel like watching the video. Pathetic police officer. I'm sorry to say that I haven't seen the video yet. When I answered honestly, Migegishi didn't seem upset. He just nodded.
では、ここで見てみますか。
Migegishi opened a laptop computer and turned it towards me.
過剰な愛の押し付けは時に狂気となります。用語と狂気で脅され怯える女性がいても、警察は事件が起きていないからと多くの女性を恐怖に陥れた輩に、アドニスが裁きの鉄槌を下します。
これはストーカー被害を訴えた上での犯行声明だと思われます。
昨日起きた銃殺事件は8月に関連している。発端となったネットゲームつながりでな。声明の内容から今回も過去の事件と関連性があると考えるのが妥当だ。
We are saying that it's connected to the stalker incident back in July?
そう思わざるを得ないでしょうね。
The assailant in the July case was in detention. The woman who had been stalked by the victim, Rika Sugagara, was also suspected of being involved with Adonis and Epstein at the time. Is it true that Rika Sugagara was a victim of stalking?
ええ、間違いありません。
What if she's not related to Adonis, but is actually completely a victim? Wouldn't arresting her be causing her immeasurable mental anguish?
菅原が本当にアドニスと無関係であれば。
You didn't find any evidence connecting her to Adonis back then, right?
お前の言う通り、菅原が長年ストーカー被害を受けていた事実は変わらない。だからこそ、7月の事件当時、菅原の聴取はあまり深いところまで切り込めなかった。ストーカー被害を未然に防げなかったのは、警察の落ち度が大きいからだ。ただでさえ X デイ事件を解決に導けず、
I agree. Like if I put myself in her shoes, right, I've been like so stressed about stalking the point where, you know, but when I try to go to the police for help, they are like, oh, it's just nothing much. Oh, we don't have to like make it a case. Oh, if I was in her scenario, I would have been like, yeah, I wouldn't like the police. She was a victim and not a strong suspect, so the police hadn't felt the need to push her too hard in the interviews. And the assailant was in jail anyway. Even if she was taken in for incitement to murder, it would still be a difficult case without evidence.
だが、今回ばかりはそうはいかない。菅原を容疑者から外す理由はない。
That ended the conversation for now, so I was dismissed and told to return to SRCPO. I still don't really know what they wanted with me. The perpetrator this time was connected to the X-Day incidents. We were inching closer and closer to the countdown hitting June. I don't want to see something that awful again. I want to prevent all future incidents. If I was going to be successful at that, I knew that I had to learn a lot more about the past incidents. Immediately after I returned to my desk, Mochida came over with a worried look.
大丈夫だったか？いじめられなかったか？てか、お前何をやらかした？
I didn't do anything.
怒られたわけじゃないのか？
No, they just wanted to ask me about this morning.
だったらいいんだが。
He's such a warrior. But it made me truly happy to know that there was someone who genuinely cared for me right here. Moyaga immediately seemed to suspect people within the police force. Even I'm practically a spy since I'm wearing this collar. It did seem like they already had their doubts about me as well. But there were already people among the criminals with prior history and evidence to connect them. The thought gave me goosebumps. One of them is nearby. What if the person who called me is nearby?
おい星野、どうした？元気がないみたいだが、もし上に無理なことを言われたんだったら俺に相談しろ。
No, I'm fine. Mochida's worried face shook me out of my dark thoughts. Once I start diving deeper, it will never end. So I should just do what I can for now. Mochida, I actually have a favor to ask.
何でも言ってくれ。
If you have time today, there's somewhere I would like you to go with me. The stalker manslaughter incident had happened in July. The name of the deceased victim was Hiroto Shimizu. He had obsessively been stalking the woman for a while. The woman who had been the target of his stalking was Rika Sugawara. At the time of the incident, Shimizu had planned to commit a murder-suicide in public and rushed Sugawara with an edged weapon. A passerby pushed Sugawara out of the way to protect her and then stabbed Shimizu to death in a scuffle. The interim passerby arrested at the scene was Tomoki Okata. He was currently in detention. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple case, and it wasn't even initially classified as an X-Day crime at the time. Even when an Adonis coin was discovered while searching Shimizu's home, the police opinion on the case hadn't changed. However, Adonis then uploaded a video statement referencing the killing in the following month.
正当防衛がない。一時でも身柄を拘束される。彼は一人の女性を救ったヒーローだというのに、女性は昔からストーカー被害を訴えていたにもかかわらず、警察は取り合わなかった。我々アドニスはこの悲しみを見過ごせず、被害者に代わり裁きを下しました。X デーへのカウントダウン。
Does he really sound like he's drowning? I can't tell.
今月はカウントダウン。5。近々再び裁きが下ります。
Due to this video, the homicide was now treated as part of the string of X-Day crimes. But Asanya was arrested. He insisted upon his innocence and that he acted in self-defense, but the case motive and larger scope were unknown. I'll ask Sugawara for more details on the case from back then.
ここが菅原理香の家だ。
Thank you.
しかしお前も偉いな。ストーカー被害者の精神状態を気にして様子を見に行きたいなんて。
That's the job of the local office to begin with.
そうなんだが、いや、感心するよ。
I hadn't lied to Mochida. Sugawara hadn't been able to rely on the police to protect her from her stalker. She had deep psychological wounds. To top it off, she had been suspected of a murder and subject to vicious slander by the media, though the possibility of some of it being true hadn't been ruled out. Oh, thank you for the sketch reading. I'm sitting properly. On. Let me change my sitting posture again. I guess we'll end it off when we reach a good stopping point. If investigations HQ suspects her, they will come looking for her soon enough. It could just exacerbate the damage that had already been done to her side. Whether or not Sugawara was related to X-Day, I was personally worried about her state of mind. Mochida, would you mind waiting here?
なあ、わかってる。何かあったらすぐに呼べよ。
Due to her circumstances, Sugawara might not respond well to me. Moshida stayed in the hallway and I pushed the intercom in front of her door.
どなたですか?
I'm Officer Kosumi Hoshino from the local office of Shinjuku Police Station. There was a silence.
あなた方に話せることはすべて話しました。お帰りください。
I mean, I have various sitting postures. I just changed accordingly. An icy voice came back over the speaker. Please, wait a moment. I'm not here because of the investigation. I just came to make sure you're safe. Have you noticed anything unusual lately?
安全確認？今さら？私が何を訴えても、被害妄想だ、自意識過剰だと言って、取り合ってくれなかったのはあなた方です。私を疑っているんでしょ？それでここに来たんでしょ
I was at a loss as to how to respond to that. She appeared to still be deeply mistrustful of the police. The police had been sloppy in their handling of the stalker, but it seemed they had been equally bad in the treatment of the victim. All of us in the police are responsible for the way you feel now. I'm deeply sorry for what happened to you, but we don't want to repeat the same mistake. It shows some suspect you for yesterday's fire. Would you mind speaking to me to clear that up? Again, there was a silence. I nervously waited for Sugawara's reply.
あなた一人？男はいない？
My partner's here, but he will wait outside. A short while after I said that, the door quietly opened.
はじめまして。菅原理香と申します。
In contrast to her fearful tone over the intercom, I was slightly surprised to see her so calm. I had thought that I might not be able to talk into her due to her mistrust and fear of the police, so this was a bit unexpected. I'm Kosumi Hoshino from the SRCPO. I reintroduced myself and bowed. We apologize for still being unable to solve the case and for making you feel unsafe. On behalf of the police, I deeply apologize for the pain that was caused to you and our failure to prevent you. There's no excuse for the way you were treated.
ねえ、そういうのやめて。
It was an expressionless voice. I looked up.
本当に今更ね。もう私の人生はとっくに壊れてしまった。壊されたの。
In contrast to her words, she smiled timidly, but her eyes were not laughing now.
でも、私はやっと生まれ変われるの。これから新しい人生を生きられるのよ。だから邪魔しないで。
Reborn? I didn't understand. But she was acting neither scared of angry, and the way she spoke with a casual smile told me that she clearly didn't want my help. Looks like I won't get through to her. Asking for her trust after all this time was probably impossible. When I said nothing, at a loss, Sugawara's smile disappeared and her face grew more serious.
あなたは愛する人はいる?
Huh? Confused by the non-sequitur, I tilted my head. You mean someone I like? She probably meant to ask if I had a love interest. I loved my parents and Kazuki. They were irreplaceable to me. But as for anyone else, I couldn't say that there was. No, not really. My eyes widened at her sudden laughter. She seemed to find it oddly hilarious. After laughing for a while, she sighed and gave me a look.
かわいそうに。まだ愛を知らないのね。私はいるわ。愛する人。最近出会って、それでやっと分かったの。誰かを殺したいと思うほど、人を愛するってことをね。
Sugawara's joyous expression bordered on madness, and it sent a chill down my
あの
spine.
人が私を救ってくれたの。ただ泣いて逃げ惑うだけの日々を、あの人が終わらせてくれたのよ。それまで私を殺して自分も死のうとした清水の気持ちなんて
全然わからなかったけど、今ならわかるわ。あの人と一緒に死ねたら私だって最高に幸せだもの。
I suddenly got reminded of Shonen abuse. Her words made me flash back to a certain image. I stared at that. 殺したい。
今では清水に感謝すらしているの。私に本物の愛の形を教えてくれたんだもの。
I was speechless, and I looked away from Sugawara, who was now smiling ecstatically. I didn't understand what she was saying, but I could tell that her experience with the stalker had twisted her mind. She had been broken by having that extreme form of love forced on her, and now she had directed that twisted affection towards somebody else. What should I say to her? I couldn't come up with anything to say, so I quietly smiled as if to agree with her.
あなたが本物の愛を知っていたら、少しは話ができたかもしれないわね。事件のことを探っても無駄よ。どうせもうすぐ、すべてが再生される。
Wait, what's that supposed to... My words were interrupted by the slamming of the door, and she didn't hear them. When we returned to the police station, Mochida came on to check on me with a worried look.
菅原理香に会いに行ってからずっと顔色が悪いが、どうした？何かあったのか？
Nothing particularly. I think I'm just a little tired. I had only told him that she didn't trust the police. As for her beloved, I was still unsure if that was directly related to the case. I withheld that out of respect for her privacy.
少し休憩してきていいぞ。30分ぐらい寝てこい。
Oh, thank you, sir. I gratefully accepted Mochida's kindness. After parting ways with him, I headed for the forensics department. I was going to talk to Sakuragawa. As I walked, I thought about what Sugawara had said. It was as if he was basically admitting to being an extirpator. The person she loves. Tomoki Ogata, the one arrested in July, had ended up saving Sugawara. If this had been deliberate, then it meant that Ogata wasn't simply a bystander. Which means, was Ogata the savior that Sugawara fell in love with? I have to look deeper into the events of July. I quickened my pace.
で、何が聞きたいわけ？私も暇じゃないんだから、早くしてよね。
Despite her sarcastic tone, Sakura rushed over to me as soon as she saw me. She really was a good person. Have you learned anything new about the arson murder this morning? Have you figured out the victim's identity?
遺体の損傷が激しくて、まだ判明してない。
She denied my inquiry bluntly, but I kept pushing. The entire department believes that this event is connected to July based on the video statement, right? In order to connect the cases, I need as much information on the July homicide as possible. Can you fill me in? Sakura looked at me expectorantly and then leaned in while checking our surroundings.
あんた、捜査本部に目つけられてるよ。
I know. They have already called me in once.
マジで？大丈夫なの？
I realized that I have to be more careful now. Sakura looked increasingly amazed, but then she got suddenly green.
そうでなきゃ私も困るし。
Sorry to ask so suddenly, but could I see the old files?
渡せるのは実況見分調書、証拠品リスト、検視結果ぐらいだけどいい？
Certainly. When I nodded, Sakura brought me a stack of files from the shelf deeper in the room.
見るならここで見て。持ち出しは禁止だから。
Thank you. Yosh. I have to give this a thorough read. Hopefully I can notice if anything's off. For a while, I engrossed myself in the files.
この事件、ちょっと不自然だよね。
I turned around in surprise at the voice.
こんにちは。
どうも。Wait, why are you here?
新宿署に用があって寄ったら、 ここに入ってく君が見えたから追いかけてきちゃった。
Ended up here? He had mentioned that he had something to do here this morning. I heard that the SP was secretly coordinating with local jurisdiction. Maybe he was meeting with the security division. While I pondered that, Sakura lightly clapped me on the shoulder.
あんた SP とも知り合いなの？どういう関係？
What's that supposed to mean? I wonder if I can reveal that I know Yanagi and his team.
俺と彼女の関係か。ねえ、内緒にしておいた方がいい？
Phrasing! Why is he asking me?
恥ずかしいから知られたくないみたい。
Phrasing!
だから内緒の関係って。
Phrasing! Oi, don't say it like that.
誤解かな。当たってるよね。
I'm pretty sure it isn't. I couldn't think of any way to accurately describe my relation to him. Watching me panic, Sakura grinned.
あんたも隅に行けないっていうか結局のとこ女だった。
The misunderstanding forms. Like I say, we are specifically not like that. This is hidden in one direction.
で、資料読まないならしまうけど。
待って。I grabbed the files as Sakura started to leave with them.
それ、7月の事件の資料だよね。
Yes. Instead of berating me, Okazaki now looked curious.
俺も見ていい？
As an SP officer, Otakaki like myself wouldn't have the authority to investigate the case, so I looked to Sakura for a response.
私知らない。
She returned to her own work. I think she was enjoying this. I suppose the reaction meant that he also had her permission to see them.
お許しも出たみたいだし、見ようよ。
Don't know. With a tinge of uncertainty, I turned the page. The crime had occurred in Cappuccino. There was a lot of foot traffic at the time. The weapon was a 15cm knife. Shimizu owned it. He was carrying it presumably to attack Sugarawa.
指紋は被害者の清水と加害者の尾形のもののみか。菅原の指紋はなかったみたいだね。
Wouldn't that be obvious?
可能性として気になっただけ。もう少し調べてみようか。
The deceased Shimizu was aged 29, unemployed. He was suspected of stalking the same woman previously. Mika Sugara is aged 25, an office worker in Shinjuku. Shimizu had reportedly been stalking her for a few years. There are police records of her reporting the stalking multiple times.
ストーカー規制法もできて、昔よりは警察も話を聞くようになったけど、やっぱり実害が出
You
な
know
いと
that's the
動
sad
けない
thing
のも
though,
ある。
cause like usually they just kinda disregard stalking. They only take action until something serious actually happens, which is actually not really a good thing. It's not a good thing. This could all be prevented if they just did.
そういう事例は
It's a
た
real
くさんある
problem
よ。
in life.
通報には優先順位がつけられるから。
I feel like I think stalking should be
ある程度
taken
は仕方ないん
more
じゃないか。
seriously. According to witness statements,
女性の悲鳴が聞こえて、一時あたりは騒然。ナイフを持った男が女性に一緒に死のうと言いながら襲いかかっていた。
then Ogata, a passerby, jumped in and grappled with Shimizu. He covered this already. Oh, it says, while they were grappling, Shimizu dropped the knife. Ogata picked it up and used it against
錯乱
Shimizu.
状態なら凶器を取り落としても不思議はないかな。でもうまくいきすぎてる感じはあるよね。
All accounts agree that a man attacked a woman, and the person that stepped in was also attacked, then used the knife to stab the initial assailant. The cause of death was blood loss resulting from a knife wound to the heart.
傷は1箇所のみで心臓を深く一突き、ほぼ即死。
He didn't have time to say anything. It probably looked like an instant kill to anyone in the area.
それが引っかかるんだよね。もう少し調べてみよう。現場には例のコインもローマ数字もなかったんだよね。
Yes, that's why no one thought to connect it to an XD at first
後
but
日被害者の自宅からコインとローマ数字の6が発見された。
some within the police believed that Adonis took advantage of the situation and claimed responsibility for it.
例えば本当に X デー事件とは何の関係もないと仮定した場合、事件が起こった後にアドニスが急いで被害者たちを特
It's
定して
very rushed.
警察が来る前に
I don't
コイ
think
ンと
that's
数字を
possible.
残していった。
The only way to do that is that they actually knew that this whole thing would actually happen. So there has to be a connection somehow.
ただの事故を計画性のあるものだと見せかけるためにはそれしかないし。
So. But it's not very realistic, is it?
アドニスは4月からずっと自分たちの意思で事件を起こしてる。
So.
わざわざ計画にない事件を利用する必要はないはずだから。
Adonis as a whole, they have been very meticulous about the way they do their crimes. There's no way they will recklessly just do it, try to like take another crime and claim responsibilities at such a last minute, especially when it also comes with a lot of risk. So that means they will have had to have planned every part of this out from the very beginning. Exactly.
これ見て。周囲の証言でちょっと変わったのがある。
The passerby Ogata twisted Shimizu's wrist. What if this is how he got Shimizu to drop the knife?
全部が信憑性のあるものとは限らないけどね。もう一つ、尾形が女性をかばうように割って入った時、何か喋ってたって書かれてる。
There's no record of what he said though. We won't get anything else out of this. There's an addendum too. The autopsy also turned up some drugs in the victim's system.
襲われた女性、菅原理香の証言だと、一緒に死のうって襲われたみたいだから、心神喪失の状態に近いね。
When he attacked Ogata, a passerby jumped into the frame. Bystanders witnessed the meeting.
何か言ったのかな？
Are you suggesting that Ogata said something to further provoke Shimizu?
もともと正常な状態じゃなかったとはいえ、尾形が間に入ってさらに暴れたみたいだし、まあ邪魔されたと思い込んだなら当たり前の反応かもしれないけど。
Maybe Ogata been there made things worse than when Shimizu was already under the influence and that pushed him over the edge.
だとすると、やっぱり不自然だな。地面
I feel like you might have overlooked something. There weren't any lost belongings at the scene.
清水がつけてた腕時計と犯行に使われたナイフくらいかな。
Wait, what's this garbage-looking thing in the photo?
それはただのゴミだね。これは現場保存のための写真であって、当時は鑑識が隅まで調べたと思うよ。
You're right. Sorry, I was just being my use.
焦らない焦らない。大事なのは間違い探しじゃなくて、当時の情報を整理することだよ。
Blood on the knife belonged to two people, Shimizu and Ogata. So Ogata was injured too.
暴れる清水を抑えようとしてたわけだからね。腕に防御痕あり。一つだけか。
Wouldn't there normally be more than that?
こういう状況だと一つは少ないかな。清水はめちゃくちゃにナイフを振り回してたみたいだし。
I wonder how Okata managed to disarm Shimizu in his enraged state.
それは聞き込み情報に書いてあるよ。それから付着してた血液が2種類ってことは、菅原はナイフで傷つけられなかったんだね。
She did well to avoid it. That means Okata completely defended her when she was just inches from getting injured. The passerby and Assyrian Tomoki Okata is aged 24 and an office worker in Shinjuku. He changed jobs twice in the last 2 years.
5月の警察官拉致殺害事件で容疑者に上がったから。
He was taken in for a mistaken arrest by the deceased officer. He was suspected of acting in revenge.
すごい経歴の持ち主だよね。2年前、駅のホームでの喧嘩を仲裁しようとして喧嘩してた片方の男性が線路に転落し、それが
okay. I just remembered that. Okay.
今年5月にはその5人逮捕した警察官が死亡。復讐のためにやったんじゃないかって疑われて再び容疑者にされた。アリバイはあったけど、それで今年7月、ストーカー犯罪から女性を守ろうとして防衛のために誤って男性を刺殺してしまう。
守るためにThat connects him to 3 deaths. He's been under suspicion before, which caused him to repeatedly change jobs. Yet he jumped in to stop and attacked her once again.
ものすごく正義感の強い人なのかな。
But it seems that he has no prior association with Shimizu or Sugarawa.
いっそ面識あった方が自然だったのに。だって見ず知らずの人のためにここまでのことなかなかできないよ。
確かに。When we finished looking through the files, Osakaki muttered something.
やっぱり変だね。
As we looked through the files, several problems had arisen. If this really was an extinct tuning, then there had to be a clear reason to kill Shimizu. Assuming that was true, then the scenario wasn't an incident but was full of hoax. Sugarawa was completely unscathed by the attack. The assailant Ogata was a passerby. Ogata disarmed Shimizu and Shimizu was on drugs. There was a nagging feeling that the entire incident had been set up. Osakaki, the part you think is strange is... I know the correct answer, but I want to see what you guys would choose. So what do you guys think? Duh. Think carefully, think carefully. No? How about Yuri? I personally thought both were strange. I don't know which one he thought though. Stabbing seems correct. Well, we already have majority votes, so let's just go for the second one then. The Ogata killed Shimizu with a single thrust to the heart.
そう、すごい。君って勘がいいんだね。
I thought it was something that was easy to notice if you read the files closely.
そうかな。これ、いろいろと惑わされる情報が多いよ。その中でもこれって選べるのはすごいと思う。
I'm happy to be complimented, but does he really think that I'm that thoughtless? I had mixed feelings about it.
ごめん、そういうつもりじゃなかったんだけど。これに気づけたのは、俺が SP だからってのも大きいと思うんだ。
He's not
君も
smarter
同
than
じ視
I
点で見てた
thought.
の
Oh, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. He's actually very smart. I mean, naturally though, because he's SP. It's just that he got surprised because he didn't expect like the MC to actually be able to deduce the same thing as him. What do you mean by an SP perspective?
じゃあまずは加害者の尾形が主張してる正当防衛についてちょっとまとめてみよう。正当防衛っていうのは窮迫している状態で防衛した時に相手を誤って害してしまったことを指すよね。
The question of whether it was justified or unjustified is key to deciding whether this was murder.
この事件がストーカー被害の女性菅原による殺人なら理解できることが多いんだ。日頃の恨みが溜まっていただろうし、それじゃなくても恐怖の対象に襲われたら必死に自衛しようとするのが当たり前だしね。予期してない襲撃に対する防衛じゃなくて予期していたことに対する抵抗で過剰になるのは納得できる。
She wasn't attacked by someone she didn't know, but rather someone she had prior experience with. Someone who made death threats against her. She knew the danger she was in, so she might have been mentally ready to kill her attacker. Can understand how that feels.
でもストーカー男の清水を殺したのは通りすがりの一般人だったでしょ。しかも逆上する清水からナイフを奪った上に心臓を一突きしてて目立った外傷はなし。
But Ogata had a defensive wound on his arm from the knife, right? It seemed like the self-defense claims focused on that point.
でもその傷、俺から見るとわざと切られたように見えるんだ。
On purpose?
だって腕に浅い傷が一つだけだよ。状況からして随分運がいいなって思わない？
This is actually very realistic, because like if you are inexperienced, like literally just passing by and like normally right, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself well when you're trying to like defend against someone who is like currently swinging a knife really wildly. There are sure to be more like damage done to yourself, but for some reason he only has one small wound. Don't you think that's weird? Susan was high and wildly flailing the knife around. On top of that, Ogata was also shielding the cigar. But he got away with a minor flesh wound. Perhaps Ogata is a composed fighter and is not wielding edge weapons?
そう、心臓を一つ切って簡単に言うけど実際は結構難しいものなんだよ。
I had learned that at the police academy soon. It was hard to target the heart, slightly left of center mass and also protected by the rib cage.
ただの通行人にしてはあまりにもやり方がスマートでためらいがなさすぎるよね。
Bingo. Usually people when they try to attack someone, they usually go for the stomach. It's always the center area. So like, to actually be able to hit the heart in one strike, even means that he's very experienced.
あ、突発的な戦闘に慣れてる人間がたまたま通りすがったっていう可能性もなくはないけど。
Well, there is the possibility as well, but what are the chances? Ogata is just a normal office worker, and it doesn't seem like he's trained in martial arts. In that case, it's actually suspicious that Ogata is totally unacquainted with Shimizu or Sugarawa.
相手に明確な殺意を抱いてないなら反撃にしても躊躇するのが普通だと思う。
No matter how fixated on justice or whichever, there's bound to be some sort of hesitation when you have a weapon that could potentially kill someone or end someone's life.
相当な自信がない限り自分の身も危険になるわけだしね。
Hearing the qualified SP officer's opinion, I emphatically agree. Looking at the entire scenario, there were just too many things that didn't add up. I see it now. Ogata's history is too suspicious. He was mistakenly arrested 2 years ago. He was a police murder suspect in May. And then he had just happened to kill a man in the street in defense of a woman being attacked on the street.
そうだね。事故じゃなくて計画的な犯行って意味で視点を変えると尾形の存在が会いに行ってみる？ 尾形智樹は拘置所にいるんだよね。面会はできるんじゃないかな。
It had been right under my nose. If I were to speak to Okata in person, I'll be able to clear up many of my suspicions. But there was something nagging at me.
その紙片の内容から考えると、やはり菅原理香が怪しい。
Okay, guys. Once we reach to the next CG, I will end the stream. Okay. The investigator suspects Sugarawa. If the burn victim this morning turned out to be an associate, it will only be a matter of time before she was brought in for questioning. I want to talk to her before that. If she had a hand in this because she felt trapped by her stalker, I had to put a stop to it. If she had nothing to do with it, then I needed to root out my suspicions. Either way, I was worried.
俺は尾形に会ってみたいな。
You want to go too?
ちょっと興味が出てきちゃったから。
Otataki, you wouldn't also happen to be investigating that state, would you?
それはないよ。他の事件のことは全く知らないし。ただ7月の事件だけは前からちょっと気になってたんだよね。
Speaking of which...
あとは過剰防衛かどうかだけど、守るためにやったことなのに罪に問われるのは少しかわいそうだな。それに彼がストーカーに襲われてた女性を守ったのも事実でしょ。守るために必要な犠牲もあるよ。
We had said something similar before. Maybe as an SP, he's interested in whether it was really done to protect someone.
君はどうする？一緒に行く？
I'm going to choose for this one, guys. Sorry, but I have business elsewhere.
菅原理香のところ？
How do you know?
彼女のこともやっぱり気になるよね。もしこれが尾形の計画的な犯行なら、彼女がどう関わってたのか。
I don't want to conclude that she's an accomplice to the crime yet. I interrupted Otataki with a stiff point of contention. She's a victim of police negligence. That's why, at least for now,
わかるよ。
I thought he was going to laugh at my naivety, but Otataki kindly agreed.
やっぱり君は優しい子だね。尾形の方は俺が話を聞いてくるよ。君は君のしたいようにして。
Thank you. Everything that Okataki said was kind. Still, I felt like he was criticizing me for prioritizing my sentiments over solving the case. Wait, I was supposed to wait. I think I might... I think I chose the wrong one. Wait. Let me check. No! Eh? Oh my god, I chose the wrong one! Oh my god! Wait... Oh shit! Okay, whatever. I'll just continue. I didn't save. Wait, I didn't save. Wait, let me just save this one first. I can just go to the start of chapter 2 and like speedrun. I remembered wrongly. No, I can't go to the chapter. Okay, fine, I will do it. Fine, I will live with it. I'll live with it.
じゃあ行こう。途中までは一緒にタクシーで向かおうか。
I lied and told Muchida that I had a personal affair that I couldn't miss and left work early. I hate to do this when there are so many calls. Wait, let me check something real quick. Okay, now I forget it. Screw it! Screw it! I insisted that he call me immediately if there was an emergency call.
ね、連絡先教えてくれる？
Sitting next to me, the first thing that Okataki said once the taxi started moving instantly set my heart to edge.
あれ、ダメ？
No, そうじゃなくて、でも Now that I thought about it, it had been a few days since we met and we hadn't exchanged contact info yet. Events had turned out the way they had, but it was still a problem if I got too close to him.
変なことに使ったりしないよ。もし危険があったり助けが必要な時は俺を呼んでほしいなって。
I was so banging that I just blurted out whatever gibberish came to mind when he continued. Are you saying that you will protect me?
君は職務外って分かってて X デー事件を捜査してるんだよね。理由は深く聞かないけど、警察官としてみんなの安全を守るために頑張ろうとしてるんだろうなってわかる。でもそれってすごく危ないと思うんだ。柳さんたちがいるとは言っても警察内部に協力者はいないだろうし、俺はね、捜査とかは向いてないけど、いざという時に守ることはできるから。
His supposed motives and gentle tone warmed my heart.
だから君を守らせて。危ない目にあったら俺を頼って。
He grinned and I also smiled and nodded in response. Thank you. I'm happy to hear it. He had his own mission, but I was glad that Otataki was worried about me. I was glad that a fellow officer had affirmed what I was trying to do. I thought I had to pursue this on my own, but I had always been uneasy about it. I was just a burden to Yanagi's team. Even while I struggled to contribute, I was painfully aware of my own uselessness. But
今君がしなくちゃいけないことがある。君にしかできないことがあるんだよ。
While I was confused in front of the fire this morning, he had told me that. I realized that I had only realized my purpose in that moment because Otataki had been there for me. He helped me so much in such a short time. While I had people I was cooperating with, I hadn't met anyone I could consider an ally. But now that Otataki was talking this way, I really wanted to have him as an ally.
はい、じゃあメアドと番号交換ね。
I added K Otataki to my phone list of contacts. How reassuring. We hadn't known each other long and we still didn't know much about each other. But just today alone, he had already helped me many times. Moreover, he said I could keep relying on him. It was heartening in a way I couldn't describe. Oh right, don't you have to protect Yanagi's team today?
今は吉成君に任せてあるから平気。そもそも彼らは一般の人たちと違って四六時中守らなきゃいけないほど弱くないから。
That's true. The fact that he understood this seemed to be an implicit acknowledgement that his protection assignment was just for pretenses. So did he suspect Yanagi's team after all? If that was true, then it would be natural that he suspected me by association. Our exchanging of numbers and his offer of protection could just be part of his surveillance. Which is it? This weighs heavily on me. Ozataki's smile and his words. His voice that had encouraged me this morning. I want to dump him. I didn't want to think that it was all lies. Even if I was under suspicion, I didn't want to just deny everything he'd done for me. Just as my spirits began to deflate, my phone vibrated in my hand. Because it had jerked me out of that same train of thought, I yelped in surprise. The sender of the message was none other than Otataki, who was literally right next to me. I want to see you laugh. Stay strong. I looked up with a bland expression on my face. Otataki was grinning. Wait, I'm gonna check. I must have made him worry. Maybe him texting as opposed to saying it directly was his way of showing that he cared. The thought made me feel warm inside, so I typed out a heartfelt reply. He replied immediately. I couldn't still feel a giggle. It seemed unlike Atataki to use an emoji in the message. Afterwards, we continued texting while we were right beside each other. I'm hungry. What I should have for dinner? Are you eating at home? My brother likes hamburger. I prepared the basics today and it's sitting in the refrigerator. Sounds good. I'll get hamburger soon. Will you cook it yourself? I can't make that. I'll find a place. It was an odd feeling, texting while we were right next to each other. I must say, it was a lot of fun. The fearless moments were enough to make me forget about all of the day's stress. Okay, will you cook it for me one day? When I looked up, Otakaki was waiting for me with an expectant expression. Maybe if this time. Yay, looking forward to it. I didn't say I would though. While exchanging heavy messages, our eyes met and we smiled. This is so relaxing. I felt better when I was with Okataki. I also realized that I could smile naturally. The moments lazily passed and I embraced the comfort. On the way, I parted ways with Okataki and arrived at Sugawara's apartment. I'm sorry for dropping by so late. I'm out of petrol. Could we talk for a bit?
何を企んでいるのか知らないけど、何度来ても同じことね。
Greatly unnerved by Sugawara's thin smile, I thought about how I'd get her to open up to me. We are suspected for arson murder. Definitely couldn't say that. Even if she acknowledged her involvement, it would interfere with the official investigation. Then... earlier you said that there was someone that you love, right? When I opened with that tag, Sugawara's expression visibly changed.
ええ、とても素敵な人よ。どうしてそれが気になるの？
Well, I don't have anyone like that. I was a little curious what it's like to love someone so much that it transforms you. I was mostly lying, but I thought that if I could picture her interest, it might make her open up. As I expected, Sugawara's defensive attitude faded and she gave me an accused look.
言葉を並べただけじゃ伝わらないわ。あなた自身が私と同じような感情を抱けたなら自分の心を塗り替えてしまうような運命の人との出会いがね、あなたにもあるといいわね。
Sneering at me, Sugawara turned and went back into her house. Please, wait, I still want to ask. The cold had been coldly shut in my face. At this rate, it's only a matter of time until she's arrested as a suspect. Feeling helpless at my inability to discern her intentions and unravel her inner struggles, I left.
俺の方はね、大型から引き出せた新情報はなかったよ。
I met up with Otataki after leaving Sugawara's home. He mumbled apologetically. I should be apologizing. She wouldn't tell me anything either.
そっか。でもね、大型がアドニスに繋がってるのはほぼ確定だと思う。
え、 なんで？
最初は無実を主張して警察の落ち度を責める言葉ばっかりだったんだけど、俺たちが感じた違和感を指摘したら急に雰囲気が変わったんだ。
私はアドニスに感謝している。なぜなら汚染された警察の実態を明るみにしてくれたからだ。私はアドニスの考えに賛同する。アドニスを正義と捉える。
What do you mean he gets the same expression as me?
だから私を疑うのは自然かもしれないな。罪に問える証拠はないはずだね。私は過去何もしていないのに逮捕された。
You were covering his face earlier. Is it?
世間では小さなニュースに過ぎないが、その日から私の人生は一変した。それまで築いてきた人間関係、生活、実績、誇り、すべてが一瞬にして壊れた。警察によって壊されたんだ。そんな私が復讐を考えるというのも警察の見解としては自然だろう。元は自分たちが蒔いた種とはいえ、だが考えてみると根本は何が原因だったのか。負の感情を生み出したのが誰だったのか、他にも大勢いるはずだ。警察に人生を壊され、憎悪を燃やしアドニスを正義と考える人間が、私は決して有罪にはならない。私の行動が正義だったと世間が認める日が必ず来る。その瞬間、君たち警察が悔しがる顔を見るのが心から楽しい。
Otagaki related Otagaki words and they sent a chill down my spine. Ogata had approved of others because he believed the police had committed wrongs. Then, surely Shizugawa also bore the same animosity for the police. She was likely to sympathize with Adonis too. So it really wasn't a coincidence that Ogata stepped in at that time. Somehow, he made it happen deliberately.
あまりにも偶然が多すぎる。計画性があったものとして考えるべきだよ。
That means, in this incident, if it was a planned killing, then neither of them could be overlooked. What if Sugawara asked Ogata to commit the murder?
俺もその可能性を考えてた。
You were wrong.
彼女なしじゃこの計画は成立しないよね。
To provoke Shimazun, Sugawara just had to lead him to the scene of the crime. Ogata didn't know him, so he couldn't provoke him. Plenty of witnesses saw Shimazun chasing Sugawara that day. Ogata was implicated in previous incidents, so the risk of him killing someone would be too high.
いくら正当防衛を主張できても、状況次第では厳罰が与えられるし、殺人どころか揉め事の仲裁すら本来だったら避けて通りたいはずだよ。
そういうこと。What if, in the heat of the moment, Ogata just decided to go that far?
見返りって言うと
One of the officers killed Ime mistakenly arrested Ogata in the past. It completely ruined his life. According to his own words, it was reasonable for someone in his shoes to consider revenge, right? So, shouldn't you consider Ogata the true culprit Ime?
待って、さすがにそれは無理だよ。だって彼にはアリバイがあったんだよ。
That's why. Could it possibly be a substitute murder?
交換殺人。
His alibi of traveling overseas is ironclad, but looking at it another way, it's also watertight that it looks implied.
5月の事件を尾形の代わりに誰かが実行して、7月の事件を誰かの代わりに尾形が実行した。
そう。 unusual time where you were too impatient to see the cute but okay. Malabu! Hello! I'm not that impatient, what the hell? I'm streaming at this time for those who are in a different time zone.
それならいろんな違和感も説明がつく。
In contrast with the vindicated look on Otaraki's face, my own thoughts were hazy. If they were substitute murderers, the motive for the July murder would be revenge for Sugarawa. And if Okata and Sugarawa were somehow connected, then Sugarawa could have committed a crime on someone else's behalf.
もし X デー事件全体が交換殺人だとしたら、他の月はどうなるんだろう。
They were crimes carried out by others. That meant there could have been a different agent committing the murders each month. Every suspect in the X-Day crimes thus far had unnaturally perfect alibis. It was likely that each crime had been committed by a proxy who wouldn't have any direct motive. But the scale is just too massive. Even if we chase down the lead for one crime, it would be very difficult to nail down proof. This is just... I'm getting a headache. My brain was fried from information overload. A hand landed gently on my head, followed by a sigh.
さすがにこれ以上は捜査本部に任せないと。俺たちだけで謎を解くには規模が大きいよ。
As he patted me on the head, the anxiety slowly faded. If only there's a CG for these guys. If only... If only...
君の本来の役割は何だっけ？
To protect the safety of Shinjuku residents.
そうだったよね。ちゃんと覚えてて。
Because a satisfied smile, Otakashi removed his hand from my head. The warmth vanished, leaving me feeling slightly alone. Arigato, Otaka-ken.
俺は何もしてないよ。
He always found a way to bring me back to reality, just like he did when I panicked at the scene of the fire. He considered the things that were important to me, as if they were important to him too. All he does is help me. I felt guilty about it, but it also filled me with renewed resolve. Yes, my new duty as a police officer was to ensure the safety of the public, and to listen to what was in their hearts. I didn't intend to ignore the caller and the X-Day investigation, but this was a goal that I couldn't push to the background. Sugarawa. If the X-Day crimes were planned substitute murders, then she had to be involved. But this also had spawned from police arrogance. I couldn't ignore that inconvenient truth. The police should have protected her from Shimizu. If they had, she never would have fallen this far. I'm going to see Rika Sugarawa once more.
どうして？
Otakagi's reaction made it clear that he didn't agree with this course of action. The chance that she's involved with this crime is rather high. I think I can persuade her before the detectives catch up to her. We were running out of time. If she confessed, her sentence would be lighter. There was still a chance. If there was no evidence she acted on her own, she could have been threatened by others. When I brought it up to Otakagi, he thought silently for a moment.
それは警察官としてやっちゃいけないことだよね。
When I looked up, Otakagi wasn't smiling. He was looking at me coldly. You straight up calling the Sugarawa like crazy.
捜査権限のない人間が容疑者に接触して事前に捜査内容を漏洩することになる。証拠隠滅や逃走の幇助って形になるよ。こっそり事件のことを調べるじゃ済まない。バレればよくてクビ、悪くて今度は君が罪に問われることになる。
Yeah, that's not the rules. But if I can just convince her to confess and turn herself in.
君は菅原理香が事件に関与したそもそもの原因は警察にあるって思ってるんだよね。
Yes.
気持ちはわかるよ。警察の対処が甘かった事実が心苦しいのもね。でも じゃあ警察が悪かったですって謝ればどうにかなる問題じゃないでしょ。情状酌量の余地があったとしても、それを判断するのは俺たち警察じゃない。
I know that, but
警察にも不祥事はたくさんあるよ。誤認逮捕に冤罪、捜査ミスに収賄。もっと小さな問題なら数えきれないほど。もちろん減らす努力はすべきだけど、その全てに心を砕いてたら警察官としては生きていけない。警察は守るための組織だよ。でも何かを守るために犠牲は出る。全部守るなんてこと絶対にできない。全部選ぼうなんてことしたら逆に救えるはずだった人たちを救うことができなくなるんだ。人には役割がある。守ると決めたならそのために譲っちゃいけないものがあるはずだよ。
couldn't think of a reply to Otakaki's cognitive points. What he was saying was logical. It was the correct mindset for a police officer when thinking was naive and irrational. Otakaki is saying this for my sake. I understood that well enough. I didn't think that he was being cold. But what was this? I feel detached. The idea that small sacrifices had to be made. Hesitation towards one's own duty. Killing one's ego to be part of a larger purpose. As I was moved by his unwavering conviction, I also felt a distance open up between us. My voice got caught in my dry throat, but I had to say what I was thinking. If the police ever hurt me or anyone close to me, I don't know what I would do. Otagaki was silent for a while. He seemed to be sizing me up. I was afraid that I would disappoint him.
普通はそうだよね。簡単には割り切れない。
But Otagaki returned to his usual smile.
君は優しくてまっすぐな子だから。誰かの傷を自分のことのように考えられるのも本当は悪いことじゃないって思うよ。でも君の本来の役割を忘れないで。自分の願いを叶えるためには何かを切り捨てなきゃいけない時がきっと来るはずだから。
He really had said those things solely out of concern for me, knowing that I couldn't simply reject his words. But I also couldn't accept them right now. Otadaki, you're strong. The words leaked out as I thought of how weak I was. Otadaki's eyes went wide in surprise.
俺は強くないよ。弱いからたくさん背負えないだけ。
Then he mumbled something sadly. I recalled a conversation we had before.
俺が守るべきものはね、特別で大切でとても重くてかけがえのないもの。
He became heartless for that which he protected. He had that determination. What about me? I imagined a pain coming from my neck. The collar under my scarf weighed on my mind. I wanted it gone. I wanted to solve the cases. I wanted to protect people from harm as a cop. They were all my goals. I hadn't prioritized any over the others. But there will come a time when I had to choose. Could I really make the choice?
もうこんな時間。暗いし、家まで送ってくよ。
Arigato. The usual smile and the usual words. It was like nothing had changed. I thought I'd gotten closer to her heart, to his heart, and then I felt that he had moved even further away. How evil! Oh, I think we are reaching the next CG already. Hayaku. Mochida was next to me, and so was Otozaki for some reason. Mochida approached me with a confused expression. I'm not sure myself.
はじめまして。俺は警視庁警護課の岡崎圭です。
Otozaki grinned as usual, not seeming to read the situation.
警視庁の警護課って
I need to leave soon, so honestly, perfect timing. Well...
いろいろありまして。
いろいろっていうのはど
いろいろありまして。
His perjury, Mochida.
それより持田さんには彼女が
It's been almost 5 hours, guys.
ありがとうございます。
My throat is low-key dying. Well, see, what kind of greeting was that? Is he acting like a relative or something? I definitely know Mochida much longer than Otozaki. I didn't know if Otozaki was doing this on purpose, but it was confusing.
あ、いや、こちらこそお世話に。っていうか、星野とはどういうご関係で？
関係
Oh god, not again. I have a bad feeling about this. We are just acquaintances.
会って数日だけど、一気に距離が縮まった感じかな。
Otozaki, don't really like that.
一気になるほど。
とても仲良く
I
させ
know,
てもらってます。
right? This guy with his wording, man.
そうですか。
Then Mochida is there like, what's going on? Man, this is just like earlier with Sakuragara. He's calmly and he's understanding.
今日の巡回は俺も同行させてもらいます。よろしくお願いします。
はい？星野、どういうことだ？
All I can do is mislead him by laughing. It all started earlier this morning. No! What the hell? Go
その死体の
back!
被害
Go
者の身元が
back!
判明しました。前科あり、多数の女性に対しストーカー行為を繰り返し、準実刑4年
I'm
の
just
判
gonna
決を受
speed
け
this
取
up, guys, so
り、刑期
don't
を終
mind
え
me.
て半年前に出所しています。
The victim was a stalker, which made him related to the July homicide. Rika Sugagara could be brought in for questioning today. I have to go see her. While she was under investigation HQ control, it would be difficult to meet with her. I didn't intend to obstruct the investigation, but for some reason I couldn't let this go. There was no doubt that Rika Sugagara held the key linking the stalking incidents.
捜査権限のない人間が容疑者に接触して事前に捜査内容を漏洩することになる。証拠隠滅や逃走の幇助って形になるよ。こっそり事件のことを調べるじゃ済まない。今度は君が罪に問われることになる。
You'll be alright, I know. Going to see her today? I'll be okay. I won't do anything crazy. I'm coming with you. But you have no job. I told you, right? Let me protect you. What now? Honestly, the chances were high that Rika Sugara were involved in some form. I had to be careful in case the darkest scenario came to pass. It would be a relief if Okazaki was with me. Can I ask you to do that? Of course, we are on friendly terms now, so obviously I want to help. Really? In Okazaki's mind, we were apparently not... What's that sound? Wait, hold on. Hold on, guys. Oh, what the heck? I heard some weird sound outside, but never mind. I know, right? You guys heard it too, right? I was like, huh? I think it's probably my grandma's radio. Probably. I've seen him quite a lot over the past few days. I was bewildered, but there was a happiness inside me that I couldn't hide. When I read his message, it unconsciously made me relax. We still didn't know each other very well, but it made me happy to know that he considered us to be on good terms. Maybe I'm a little bit embarrassed. Faster, go back to the press. Okay. Upcoming CG is very intense, guys. You guys can look forward to it. It's one of my favorite CGs though. Yeah. After I'm done with that part, then I will end the stream. I felt terrible seeing Mochida have to humble himself like that. Now that I think about it, Otakaki was an SP officer from Central HQ, so his jurisdiction superseded ours. His rank was Assistant Inspector. Maybe I had been acting a bit too casually towards him around the office.
俺は持田さんとも仲良くなりたいな。だって彼女の先輩なんだし。
いえ、仲良くとかとんでもない。
It feels so weird. Coming. When he arrived at Mikasugara's apartment, I took deep breaths to calm myself down. Mochida stood by at the building's entrance. Otakaki was lurking in the shadows down the hall just in case something happened. He concealed himself at a distance that was just far enough away that he could still hear what was going on. Okay, I should prepare myself as well. I checked that we were ready and then rang the doorbell. Sugarawa came out when he saw that it was me on the monitor. Oh, thank you for the other day. I wanted to talk to the... Something was wrong. She was in an uncannily good...
ニュースを見たの。昨日の焼死事件。被害者の身元が判明したそうね。
She seemed quite happy about this news.
あの男が何をしたか知ってる？女性を付け狙うだけじゃなくて。
Oh god, this is very creepy. This is very creepy, guys. By the way, when I saw it for the first time, I was like, "What the hell?" Like, how can you go through the church and like even open the mail? Like, bro, it's criminal. This was creepy as heck.
それから自分の体液を玄関になすりつけていたこともあった。
Disgusting. Totally disgusting. I hate it so much. Just thinking about it just gives me the shivers, guys. I hate it so much.
ネットではあることないことを書き連ね、勤務先には年上の男と不倫をしていると嘘の密告電話をしたわ。ああ、それから大量の手紙を送りつけたりもしていた。
I felt so bad for her when I saw this. It's totally disgusting.
安っぽい愛の言葉を並べた手紙。
Did that happen to you too? She answered me with a smile. Yari. I grew tense as I connected the dots in my head. If she had been harassed by Kida, yesterday's burn victim, then that would definitely link her to both the Asa murder and to the crime in July. In other words, she was with Adonis.
あの人が私を救ってくれたの。ただ泣いて逃げ惑うだけの日々をあの人が終わらせてくれたのよ。
So the man you love is...
あなたにも愛する人ができたの？
I was taken aback by her sudden off-topic question. Mikasugara squinted at me for a while, then she smiled.
そうだったのね。何か変わった気がしたのよ。私はね、初恋なの。だから嬉しい気持ちと同じくらい怖さもあって。ねえ、あなたの愛する人はどんな人？その人のことを考えるとどんな気持ち？
Sugara blushed as she asked me. She looked kind of like she was a schoolgirl gossiping. Clearly this conversation was going nowhere. Maybe she was caught up in her obsession because her demeanor had completely changed from earlier. She stared at me with a friendly look. This could be my chance to get intel from her. Well, the guy I like... He's very reliable. I just said the first thing that came to mind, but Sugarawa giggled innocent.
ねえ、場所を変えて話さない？どうせ近くに男がいるんでしょ？
Well, accidentally I glanced towards Okazaki where Okazaki was hiding, but nothing happened. He should tell us without letting himself be noticed. Thinking that, I nodded. Sugarawa guided me through the back door of the apartment complex. I figured Okazaki would explain things to Makira. I couldn't let this chance escape now that I had gotten Sugarawa to be more positive.
こっちよ。
We walked through several narrow paths in the residential area until we finally arrived at a park. This is... I could still remember it clearly. Crisp flames, a still blackened figure, withering heat.
そこのベンチに座りましょう。
Sugarawa shouldn't have known what had happened here, but she calmly sat down on the exact bench. A man had burnt to death here yesterday. The police cordon had already been removed, but it was still being patrolled by the police. Why did she bring me here? I was bewildered, but I sat down next to her. It'll be difficult for Otatake to eavesdrop on us here, no matter where he had hidden himself. I hope this all works out.
私ね、恋バナってしたことないのよ。初恋だって言ったでしょ？
You know, like, if this was like without context, right? It'd be like, it would totally look like just normal love gossiping, but man, a potential murderer was getting excited about gossiping me in the park. This was all too surreal. Relax. I have to stay calm and cut out her story.
その人のことを考えるとね、今までの人生がどうでもよくなるの。私はこの人のために生まれてきたんだって心から思ったわ。その人のためなら何だってできる気がするの。
What she's like?
そうね。優しい。実はね、その人のことあまりよく知らないの。
Man, she's literally turned out to be like the stalker. Oh god, it is so hard to watch.
運命の人だって分かってるから。だってあの人は私の神様なんだもの。
In what way is he kind?
私の悲しみに共感してくれたわ。最初は私が受けた傷なんて分かりっこない。口先だけで同情してるんでしょって疑った。でも違ったのよ。あの人は私の悲しみも苦しみも全部理解してくれていたわ。まるで自分のことのように悲しんで泣いてくれた。諦めなくていい、怯えなくていい、もう悲しまなくて済むように。
We have been through a lot.
そうね。今となっては
Honestly, right, it's so sad, cause like, as much as I think this is kind of like yabe, but at the same time I can also understand why she ends up this way. It's literally all boils down to the damn stalker.
ここ昨日の焼死事件の現場だって。
That damn stalker.
あなたなら知ってるでしょ？
Yes, I do.
さっきも言った飢餓という男はね、たくさんの女性に愛を訴えていたの。
Disgusting.
殺したいほど愛してるんですって。でもおかしいわよね。それほど愛してる。
Honestly, it's like, yeah, this doesn't make sense at all, man.
彼の愛は
It's so weird. I don't know. You love someone so much to the point that you want to kill them?
あれだ、毎日毎日どこに行っても監視
I
されて
mean, like, okay, feelings are weird. I'm not gonna deny that, but like the things that he still did to the woman is wrong.
愛の手紙
So disgusting.
何度引っ越しても何度警
Yeah,
察
I
に
don't think I
訴え
can
て
ever
も
understand it.
何度も何度も何度も何度もついてきた
I could hear the madness seeping into her voice as she relived her past fears. Just listening to this is painful. Even Ogata must have felt that same massive sense of despair. And someone had taken advantage of it. Others, probably. You're a victim. You deserve sympathy for everything that happened to you in the past. So, don't add everything else to the list of what you have.
ねえあなたの好きな人は
What?
頼りがいがあるって言ってたわよね
That change in subject.
どんなところがいいの
Sugarawa wasn't paying attention to me. No, she's pretending she didn't hear me. She had brought me here on purpose, meaning she was probably ready to be arrested. She wasn't even trying to hide her involvement with the murder. Or maybe she knew that there was no possibility she could escape it. She could also be allowing herself to be captured on Adonis' orders.
ねえ聞いてるの恋バナに付き合ってくれるんでしょ
The sight of Sugarawa acting like a girl in love made my chest tighten. She had committed sins to defy her tragic past. She was even prepared to be caught. And now, she was acting like she had recovered a long-lost treasure. It was impossible not to feel for her. The guy I like is a very strong man. There was no such person, but I spun a tale to satisfy her request. Osataki suddenly came to mind. Of course, I didn't feel that way about him. But he wanted to help, and I felt better when he was around, and sometimes he made me anxious. And those feelings sounded similar to hers. There are times when I don't know what he's thinking, but he's very gentle. He's always concerned for my sake. When I'm lost, he doesn't just encourage me. He shows me where I need to go. He has incredible focus on his goals. He's strong. Actually, I didn't know what Otakage wished for, but I knew that once he decided on something, he was stubborn and unyielding. It's only been a few days, but I guess I learned a few things about him.
素敵だわあなたの恋うまくいくといいわね
ありがとう。Miss Sugarawa, how are things progressing with your partner?
進展そうね叶うなら一緒に死にたいわ
Her mother reply was full of affection and
寒くなってき
sadness.
たわ戻りましょう
Oh, finally! Finally, we are reaching that point. Finally. I also hadn't thought of any way to convince her to stop. Finally! So she really was one of Kiga's stalking victims. She was holding a piece of paper that was like the ones I had seen burning around the dead body. The answer came naturally when I pieced together all the fragments of information I had so far. In the past, she received that note from the stalker Kiga. She should have been safe once Kiga was arrested, but then another stalker targeted her, Shimizu. On top of all that, she felt cornered once Kiga was released. I couldn't pretend not to see it anymore. Oh, wrong. While I didn't know if she directly participated in the killing, she was undoubtedly a suspect.
楽しかったわ付き合ってくれて
not at all.
もう会うことはないと思う
Wait,
けど
let me save here.
あなたの恋応援してるわね
With that, she started to re-enter her apartment. Please wait.
何
Now wasn't the time to fuss over decorum. This was should have. I wanted to protect those who had been hurt. I just couldn't compromise on that. I don't care if I lose my job. Before I knew it, I already asked the question. Aldony threatened you, didn't they? They told me what happened to you. I know they are not trying away, but just as I was about to try and convince her to turn herself in, Sugarawa. Okay, it's coming. Her demeanor abruptly changed.
脅された？私が？あの人が私を脅したっていうの？
But you could have been instigated.
ふざけないでよ!
I stiffened at the angry shock. Her eyes were now burning with unimaginable rage.
あなたに何がわかるっていうの？あの人の何がわかるのよ？私は脅されてなんていない。やっと普通に愛することを知ったのよ。やっと普通の人間になれるのに。
ミス。
私は生まれ変わるの。邪魔しないでって言ったでしょ。あの男が逮捕されて、やっと普通の生活に戻れると思ったのに、どうして私ばかりがこんな目に遭うの？普通に好きな人から愛されたかっただけ。私を愛するのはいつもおかしな男ばかり。どうしてなのよ。
She's not listening anymore. I glanced down the hallway and spotted the cuff of Takagi's uniform. I could handle a woman of her size by myself, but I'll need backup if she turned violent. I might need him to step in if things escalated much further.
でもね、もう昔の私じゃないの。だって生まれ変わったんだもの。今の私は愛する人から必要なちゃんと役目をこなしてる。
Hoshi will be like, where's the backup? Where's the backup?
ちゃんと愛し愛されてるのよ。ね、すごいでしょ。素晴らしいことでしょ。
Sugarawa seized me by my shirt collar, her eyes bloodshot. My shirt button popped open with a sudden pull. My collar had been exposed. Yabe! If I tell her it's just an accessory. I covered my neck in a flurry, but Sugarawa was staring directly at my neck.
何それ。あなたターゲットなの？
は？
それとも仲間なの？私は聞いてないわ。ゼロがあなたに与えたの？特別に警察の人間なのにあなたはカウントダウンに参加してないわよね。手を汚してないのにどうして？なんであなたなの？
Just hold. I don't know what you're...
嘘よ。嘘だわ。ゼロが選んだのは私なのよ。
I stepped back in confusion. I had no idea what she was rambling about. Suddenly, Sugarawa clutched her head in her hands and squatted down, moaning. Dosta! I watched over, worried. She was muttering something to herself.
怒っているの。ごめんなさい。お願い。怒らないで。お願いだから。そう。この女は仲間なのね。あなたにとって大事な人。そうなのね。
Sugarawa-san?
ごめんなさい。本当にごめんなさい。許して。今すぐこの女を殺してみせるから。
There was a sudden flash of light from above. She was swinging the knife down at me. I immediately dropped to the ground in response. Otazaki had suddenly appeared, snapping a kick that knocked Sugarawa's knife away. The knife clattered to the ground, spinning. Otazaki! As Sugarawa recovered and advanced again, Otazaki took hold of her hand and... It all happened in an instant. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground.
柔道でいう締め技をかけただけだから命に別状はないよ。怪我はない。
Icky. As I said that, I looked at Sugalawa on the floor. She recognized my collar. That could only mean that she had a definite connection to Adonis. But what did she mean by comrade? And she said something about the countdown. And who's this Zero? I was confused, but I tried to maintain at least the appearance of composure. Ozataki, arrest her for obstruction of a public servant. But just as the words were leaving my lips, I stiffened as an unbelievable scene began to unfold before my eyes.
動かないで。
Ozataki, please, this isn't time for jokes. I managed to get those words out, but once I saw his eyes, I was terrified. Those were not the eyes of a man who was joking around.
その首輪は何？
I tried to cover my neck, but it was too late. His sin already seen everything.
彼女との会話も聞こえた。仲間なのかって言ってたね。
That was a mistake. I frantically searched for the right words, but my thoughts were distracted by a different source of dread. Ozataki, a police officer, had learned about the existence of my collar. If the police found out, I was to be executed. No, not here. I recalled the threat I'd been achieved before, and I couldn't stop myself from trembling. I had no idea when the pain of the fatal poison being injected would come. I think it's a notification on my battery horn. Let me save in case. In case, you know, yes.
岡崎圭さん、彼女は我々の良き理解者です。決して危害は加えないでください。
Ozataki expressionlessly diverted his pistol aim from me to the collar.
今の声はここから。星野さん、君はアドニスの一員。X デーに関わる犯人。脅されているだけの警察官。
Ozataki's eyes narrowed and his finger came to rest on the trigger of his gun. This was no joke. He probably shoot me without hesitation if he didn't like my answer. If I spoke the truth, I'll be poisoned to death. If I couldn't think of a convincing lie, Ozataki would shoot me. My dilemma played out in an endless mental loop, and I broke out in a cold sweat.
早く答えて。
彼女の代わりに我々が答えましょう。彼女は我々に必要な人間であり、あなた方警察の味方でもある存在です。彼女は善良な人間です。むやみに死なせたくなければ、決してこのことは口外しないよう。ですが、我々の邪魔になるようであれば、彼女のことも排除します。
The voice stopped. There was a strange silence. I stood still. The silence seemed to go on forever. Ozataki's pistol, the barrel never wavering, stayed trained on me. And that's the end of it! Okay, let's stop here. Whoa! Finally. Oh.
昨日起きた事件の近所に住んでるのよ。
Okay, let's see.
怖いから引っ越したいんだけど、補助は出るわよね。なんだったら新居を用意してくれてもいいわ。
Ah, so tired. We played for 5 hours, guys. Can you believe it? Ah, so tired. I wanted to make sure to play all the way until that particular CG. That's why I could have ended it earlier, but like I really like that CG and I wanted to show it to you guys. So we can find it here. Look at this! Woohoo! Hoshino is so pretty, I can't. Anyways, okay, let's end off here for today. Thank you so much for you guys for coming today. I'm so tired. I'm gonna hurry up and end the stream so that I can go and shower. But once again, thank you so much for staying for this long 5-hour stream. Hope you guys had fun. My stream will be on Thursday at 11 p.m. GMT plus 8, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And then I'll be playing Call of X Malice as well again on that day, so look forward to it. And other than that, nothing much. I guess I will just remind you guys again about my 6-month anniversary. That will be happening on the 12th of December. And then, if you guys got any song suggestions that you guys want me to sing, feel free to send it in. So yeah, I'll be going off now. With that, Otsukuya, goodbye ya, bye bye. Thank you so much for coming by. Hope you guys had fun. Bye bye. Goodbye ya.